enhance the African continent. So I look forward as we go on through the program to go ahead and speak further on that later on. Thank you.
Excellent, much appreciated. I guess before inviting Honorable Engineer Rege from DC, Mr. Kiprono Kittony, private sector guru. You know, when private sector, we often reminded there are certain things that even government can't do on its own, but we are alive to the fact that there are also things private sector can't do on its own. That's why we normally talk of 3 Ps, public-private partnerships. Chairman, just say hello briefly, Bwana Kittony. If you're able to unmute, Chairman. If not, if you're still warming in, Engineer Rege, please take the floor, brief introduction as we prepare to start.
Thank you, Dr. Shamachwada. My name is James Rege. I'm a Kenyan. Now, where do I start? I'm a Kenyan, but I live in the US. I've worked here for several years with tech companies like Intelsat, the Satellite Communications Organization, for 15 years, with Iridium Satellites for about 10 years. I was also involved in designing the African satellite in Cote d'Ivoire for 4 years. After that, I went to Tanzania and started the Vodacom Tanzania from scratch. From there, I went back to Kenya and became a PS in ICT. After that, I decided to join politics, even though I'm an engineer. For 2 terms after that, I was appointed chairman of Kenya Power Transmission Company. After that, I came back to join my family in the US, and here I am today addressing you colleagues. Thank you.
Excellent, Honorable Engineer, much appreciated. Colleagues, just a bit of housekeeping. Because of the large traffic we expect, the security features are such that it may not be possible to open easily videos, but for the speakers, when it's their turn to take the floor, we'll give them the videos to open just to avoid spamming. You never know, even when people are well-intentioned, even for those of us like Engineer Rege and I, who have a long history in the tech world, you still find flaws, some bad characters getting in. So if it sounds difficult, if you know of anybody who registered and was meant to be in the Zoom space, just side chat the techie. Arnold you can side chat him to be assisted so that they join. So at this point, I think you'd call Samali Charles Masharia. Maybe that could be our last colleague to self-introduce before we join together with our teams on the ground. Because I do know that the president, the head of state of Kiribati is a state in Oceania. They're the ones hosting us in New York today at the permanent mission to UN. But we're so delighted. Shortly, we're going to be joined by the Kenyan Principal Secretary in charge of Foreign Affairs and a good friend of the African Diaspora Alliance and Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Korir Singwei. So we're really looking forward. So please bear with us. Charles, if you are able to self-introduce briefly, I want to give you that privilege to be the last two before we start. If you can unmute, please.
So good evening, everyone, or should I say good evening from Kenya, but good morning, good afternoon from every other part of the world. My name is Charles Macharia. I work with Trade for Africa. As typed in the text by my colleague and partner, Faith Rono, we do trade and investment facilitation. Our goal, of course, is to do that across Africa, but we start off from our home ground, which is Kenya. When you get a chance, you could visit our website, tradeforafrica.com, for more information. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Samali, maybe you just allow one or two more. We are synchronizing with New York.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I can see Madame Rosalyn Awino has said she's sorry she's not able to talk, but she's from Mama Maziriga. Sorry. I'm happy to be here from Kenya Championing Climate Change and Women Empowerment. I am a woman, Leadership Agenda Association founder, and Green Apple Community, working closely with communities. So very good to have you, and thank you very much for joining the meeting. Just looking through. Thank you very much, Charles, for self-introduction.
I guess Madam Ruth Kirima is now able to unmute if she's in the house.
Greetings, greetings. Yes, as Dr. Shem said, I am Ruth Kirima Barry. I work with KDA as a support system for Dr. Shem. My goal, obviously, is to, because I live abroad, is to bring all the talent abroad back home and also to mentor our younger people. So I hope very much that I'll be able to work with Dr. Shem to do that. Thank you.
Great. Welcome. I think Chairman Kittony now back in the room. Chairman, please self-introduce so that we get started, if you're able to. Okay, if Chairman isn't able to unmute yet, I have just seen Larry Nyaga from the State Department of Investment. I'm also the colleague we had from a Cuban embassy. It would be nice to hear your voice if you're able to unmute. But Larry, we're welcoming you when we're just about to get into the meeting proper.
I found it, the statement.
Yeah, go
I need
ahead,
a statement, not the Zoom. I need a statement. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you please enable my video?
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead.
But I'll go after Larry. Let Larry start, then I can
no
go
problem.
After him.
You can put on your video.
Can you hear me, Shem?
Yes, Dada Rosemary. How is the Big Apple?
Yes, the Big Apple is good. I'm already with brothers here. Professor Raul Hinojosa is seated right next to me.
Right.
Hello. Our other brother, Jas, we just met.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Professor Raul. How is Contigo?
Beautiful. We're announcing our agreement with Equity Bank today, right here.
Excellent. We're looking forward.
Yeah, I had Dr. Mwangi at the Unstoppable Africa this morning. Yeah.
Excellent. So, Larry, please self-introduce, then Chairman Kittony, then we hand over to Rosemary.
Come in, sit anywhere.
Larry, are you able to unmute?
I'm Rhea Pullen. I'm here with Alinsa Stone.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, my name is Larry Jinja. From the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, from the State Department for Investment Promotion. And I also head the desk for Diaspora, Remittances and Investments. And I'm glad to be here. And looking forward to
welcome.
Good engagement. Thank you.
Right. So last but not least, Chairman Kittony, self-introduce. Just a word of solidarity, and then we hand over.
Good morning. Good morning in America and good evening in Kenya. My name is Kiprono Kittony. I'm the chairman of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. I'm also quite active in private sector leadership in Kenya. Having served as the...
Are you using this one?
Sorry, Dada Rosemary, Mrs. Rosemary will mute you for now. Sorry, Chairman, go ahead.
Yeah. I have been actively involved in private sector leadership. As I think there's a problem with the sound effect.
Yeah, just hold. They're still give us a minute. We're trying to synchronize with New York. Just 1 minute, Chairman. And colleagues, when you join, mute yourself. Mila, if you can self-mute, would be helpful. Okay, I think we are good to go now, Chairman.
Am I going fast?
Yes, Chairman Kittony, go ahead.
Okay,
Just self-introduce.
Okay, if I was saying, my name is Kiprono Kittony. I'm the chairman of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And I want to say a big hello to those in New York, a good morning, and good evening to those in Nairobi like myself, and those tuning in from different parts of the world. I'm really excited, Shem, to support you once again on your mission of working to get the diaspora to ignite economic growth. And I think it is coming, this UN General Assembly is coming in at a time when our foreign remittances hit the all-time high in the month of August of this year. So I think the work that you've been doing to crusade for diaspora is starting to pay a dividend. And we saw what His Excellency the President did in Germany a few weeks ago, and I am convinced that this good effort is not going to be lost. I have been actively involved in East African affairs and African trade affairs in my previous capacity as the President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and it's my privilege to be with you this evening.
Much appreciated. Yes. Sister Rosemary, maybe we have a word of prayer start, then we hand over to you. If that's okay. Samali, you could pray for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, though the sound signal, we can even see you now. Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now. That's much better.
Okay, so let's start the program, and I just want to welcome everybody. You called Somali to do the prayers. We also have our Muslim friends, so can we mix it up?
All right. So should I go first?
Excuse me? We didn't finish introductions. Oh, I like to introduce myself. Okay.
Okay, we can pray, and then I'll allow our Muslim sisters to pray. All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for yet another day. Thank you so much for bringing us together from different corners of the world. Thank you so much for being with us and granting us this opportunity to be able to meet and exchange ideas. Thank you so much for the different speakers who are represented from different parts of the world as well. We pray that we'll be able to get this session well and well done. And we pray that we'll be able to benefit and not only just listen to different conversations, but move the conversations into relevant actions that will eventually create growth in both Europe, America, and of course, Africa, where many of us are domiciled. Thank you so much for each and everybody represented here. We pray a blessing upon them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. So, Rosemary, we can have our Muslim brother pray as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's pray. Introduce. My name is Farida Abdallah. I'm the chairperson of Mombasa County Public Service Board. So let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladhdallin. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Over to you, Sister Rosemary.
Yes, I wanted to just take this opportunity to welcome you all to this Zoom meeting, those who are, it's hybrid, those who are joining us from all parts of the world, and those who are with me in New York. You can see us. We are not too many, but it really doesn't matter where 2-3 people are gathered doing. An idea starts with one person. Really, I have high-powered ladies and gentlemen here, and I want to go around so that they can introduce themselves, and then I hand over to Nairobi. And for purposes of introduction, let me start with myself. My name is Rosemary Musumba. I'm an executive with the Kenya Diaspora Global Alliance based in New York. What else do I need to say? For those who may remember, probably in their 40s, I was a former broadcaster with the Voice of Kenya, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I taught at the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, and here I am in New York now. Thank you. Over to Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think it's good morning and good afternoon, depending on where we are. My name is Ambassador Joseph Masila, State Department for Foreign Affairs, in charge of economic and commercial diplomacy, and representing the State Department for Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, Jambo. My name is Jas Bedi. I'm the chairman of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, also the chairman of Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. And in my personal rights, I'm an industrialist, a manufacturer in East Africa. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Farida Abdallah. I'm the chairperson of Mombasa County Public Service Board. I also sit in as the chairperson of the Council of Governors, chairpersons of Public Service Boards of Kenya, the 47 of them, and I'm also the national vice chair of the 47 boards, Public Service Board, again in Kenya. I'm glad to be here, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Ria Poland. I'm the co-founder of Align with Africa. My co-founder is in Kisumu, Kenya. We are hoping to bring rural women artisans work, beautiful work, to the global market and train the youth in the rural settings to become the content creators, to tell the true narrative of the makers of these cultural products that we don't want to die out, and so it could be an economically viable product for the world to celebrate the beauty and culture of the continent.
Hi everyone, my name is Nancy Alida. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Georgia. I'm also the president of the African Graduate Students Forum at the University of Georgia. I'm glad to be here, and in our forum mostly we leverage between the expertise we have at the graduate school and the liaising with the African government, the US government.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Bob Nyangweso. I'm the chairman of the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance USA. And I'm based in Dallas, Texas. I'm happy to be here, and I welcome everybody to this meeting. Thank you.
Jambo, buenas tardes, buenos dias. My name is Dr. Raul Hinojosa. I'm a professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, and I'm the chairman of SF Global Holdings. It's great to be back with African Diaspora Alliance, Kenyan Diaspora Alliance. I direct a series of global projects on the power of diasporas for the United Nations, and I'm World Bank, and in the capacity of the chairman of our technology company, we're going to be announcing a new platform for mobile-based free bank accounts in the United States with remittances to 120 countries, lowest in the world, directly connected to banks and credit unions in rural areas. And I'm here with the Maasai people, and we're doing very similar type of work and empowering all over the world the indigenous, migrant, and frontline communities. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Baya. a PhD student from the University of Georgia, Athens. Again, I'm studying workforce education, preparing the youth for their future workforce. I'm also the Vice President of the African Graduate Students Forum, representing all the African graduate students at the university. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's our team. I'm still expecting other guests, people like Terry, Afram, and others. They are, I think, at Unstoppable Africa, which is at Cipriani, also in New York. Many activities and events taking place, as you all know, Jazz and Ambassador Masila. Like I said, 500 events. It's difficult. You need good shoes to walk around. Hapa sio mali ya gari, manake with a heavy police presence. But anyway, for the team that is in New York, we have snacks. Please serve yourself as I toss over to Nairobi to start the program. Thank you.
Well, ordinarily would give you a round of applause, Sister Rosemary and the powerful colleague there. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Masila, good long-time friend. Please, good to see you. Many compliments to Daktari. He's doing a fantastic job. We're proud of the work he does. And we don't take it for granted that even at short notice, he would accord us your presence. But we also realize that with the heads of state and government in New York, I mean, people, it's even mobility within the city is no doubt a nightmare. So that you could make it, ready to be there with the other colleagues you are with, we can't thank you enough. Of course, one of my colleagues will give compliments to our partners from Contiguo to ASAP Tickets and all the others. I may not mention them all. And those who are still on the way coming over, please welcome into the meeting. And those who are following globally from places as far afield as South America, the Caribbean, Australia, Europe, Africa, and Kenya. Kenya, of course, the cradle of mankind. Maybe I'll just share brief words. I don't know whether Bob wants to go first. Maybe Bob, as our representative in the US, I do know that we were together in Atlanta 3-4 weeks ago with a strong presence team from Dallas, Texas. So Bob Nyangweso, maybe just welcome us. We are part of now the US territory. Say a few words, then I take over, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chodo, and of course, everybody else in the meeting. We are very happy to host all of you here. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm the chairman of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Of course, this is a section of KDA Global. And our job here is, of course, to connect our Kenyan diaspora here, of course, the African diaspora with the continent, with work, and of course, the networks and connections that we as a diaspora are expected to make. We're just welcoming all of you to this grand meeting. Of course, I'm honored to be a speaker here, and of course, to welcome you. I must report that it's raining in New York. That has made mobility a little difficult for people. And as Dr. Shem said, the presidents are still in the vicinity. But all in all, I just want to say this is a great meeting. The opportunity to trade with Kenya or Africa is now. This is a continent that has over 1.4 billion people, of which 60% are the youth. That just shows you that the market is big, and the global atmosphere has also realized that Africa is the new area to do business. So this is a time for everybody to take opportunity to come and invest in Africa, because the need is there, as Africa also needs to sustain itself and also feed the world. But I just don't want to take too much time. There's a lot of people in the lineup, but I just wanted to say welcome to everybody to this event, and thank you so much, Dr. Shem. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Bob. Allow me to acknowledge Dr. Malcolm Beech. Is probably having difficulty connecting. If somebody can assist him I do know he's indisposed. He's currently in North Carolina. He would have been in New York in person representing the Africa Diaspora Alliance. But so we wish him quick recovery, although he also just got married about a month ago. So many things going on for Dr. Malcolm, formerly president of National Business League. He will have opportunity to share a few thoughts before we end the meeting. But apart from complementing government of Kenya through Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially the State Department of Foreign Affairs and the PS himself, allow me also to compliment the government of Kiribati, the Commonwealth government of Kiribati, for allowing us to utilize the permanent mission in New York. It's not very easy, as people on the ground would tell you, to find even a room to meet at this time in New York. It can be a nightmare. Having said that, allow me also just to acknowledge the various partners that have made this possible, but also invite you. Today is just a kionjo, like a teaser that we are doing. We have these meetings often, and we also have annual events, major one being the annual Diaspora Homecoming Convention in December. I'd want to extend an invitation for that to everybody in the room, as well as those who are in person. Please diarize 9th to 11th December, just a day before Jamhuri Day, so that we celebrate Kenya's independence in style. In the same vein, I want to invite you in advance to the Caribbean, Barbados. We're working very closely with the government of Barbados for the 3rd Global Africa Diaspora Symposium. In April last year, we're in Abuja, Nigeria, hosted by the federal government of Nigeria at what is the Nigerians call the Presidential Villa. The Kenyans call it State House. It was done in a manner that allow me to say only Nigerians could. You know, we know that for every 4 Africans or Black people you meet, one is most likely a Nigerian. So from Nigeria, we said, but before going to Nigeria, we're in Kenya in 2020. That was the first Global Africa Diaspora Symposium. And then we agreed we'd move from east to west, and then from west to the Caribbean before we rotate around the larger Africa continent. So 2nd to 4th of October 2025, God willing, we will be in Barbados. Apart from that, we are also regularizing what's happening now in the UN General Assembly. Sister Rosemary, Chairman Bob, and the entire team, Nancy, distinguished professor of Georgia University, Georgia Tech, very humble man, Professor John Mativo, but these guys make robots. And they're saying, look, we want some of this technology to get into Africa. Other than that, if Dr. Peter Heyman is in the house, Peter, I salute you. Also with your partner, Eliud, we'll be hearing more about let me not preempt. This is an innovator, creative, doing very exciting things that you will Candy Crush. I'm sure most of you may have heard of it. Some of the originators are in the house. Last but not least, we operate a deal room coordinated by Samali. Samali, who moderated the earlier part of the meeting, a born Ugandan but married Kenyan. Fantastic job connecting entrepreneurs with investors, owners of capital, both small to big ticket. Small as in the WeDo project, for example, that we ran with the government in collaboration with the government of Germany, which has created more than about 10,000 jobs in Africa in 6 countries. In Kenya, about 2,000 jobs that are supported. And they have spent about 3 million euros in Kenya, half of it contributed by diasporas in 9 EU countries. I'll not say much about WeDo today as I hand back over to moderator Rosemary so that we can move into the keynote speakers. Unless you want 1 or 2 other speakers recognized to say a word, then you can invite our special keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, so I was just going to give very quickly. This is, we are among friends. Sisi ni wa Kenya. We have friends of Kenya, people who love the country, and we are in support of Africa. Dr. Malcolm Beech, I wish you the best full recovery so that you can actively lead us on some of the great ideas, excellent ideas that you've always had at the Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Conference every December. You are there in person, basically trying to connect Kenya, Africa, and the US. How can we move the needle? Now, in terms of very quickly, like I said, among friends, I just have a few housekeeping. Anybody wanting to know where the restroom is, please ask me, I'll show you. Please serve yourself some drinks. But the important thing to note, and I really like that we are a small group here, because we are going to be kicked out of this conference room at 2:50 because the Prime Minister of Seychelles wants to use the room, courtesy of Kiribati. We understand. I've been in so many UN conferences and people are waiting outside and others want to come in, so I'm never embarrassed with something like that. It's all good because we are continuing with the program. So without much ado, let me get one speaker here with permission from Nairobi and hit it. But our chief guest, the Ambassador Masila, will be speaking at some point. With others. Yes, the Reverend Dillon, I mean, he's in New York. He should be making his way. It's raining in New York, so traffic and everything, you know, it's kind of almost at a standstill. People are trickling in. Thank you. Dr. Chodo, you have a few words, or I introduce a guest here?
No, this fine. Maybe if it's okay with you, we could allow Dr. Malcolm, because I know he's indisposed. At least he's out of hospital. Dr. Malcolm, are you able now to open your video? Please try, say a few words. Then you can stay, but we'll also allow you to leave at leisure. Start your video.
Well, okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Dr. Shim. We want to welcome you all to this very important conference. It's important that the diaspora participate more in the policymaking and programmatic affairs of Africa. Many of us are located in strategic countries all across the world, and we know people in the government that prepare policy and programs for Africa. The diaspora needs to be more involved in the solutions. And that's what we hope that will come out of this conference, that many of you have great minds, and we need some solutions to Africa's difficult situation and find ways for the diaspora to be more involved in the decision-making, both on the continent and outside of the continent. But we welcome you all to today's conference, and let's get something going. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malcolm. Are you able to open your video so that we see you?
Well, I'm trying to.
Try now. We are controlling it. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Just want to say hello. I'm still here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Over to you, Sister Rosemary. Perhaps we could have Ambassador Masila, our keynote, share a word so that he gives us the tone. Thanks, Dr. Malcolm.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Malcolm Beech. That was really great, and it's nice to see you in high spirits. We've had numerous meetings at Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and this time we are joined with AfDA, which is the Africa Diaspora Alliance. There's a big banner out here we are looking at, really, and I attended various events here. One of them that stood out for me was organized by Afrexim Bank in Harlem at the Africa Center. And we had 5 prime ministers from the Caribbean. And all of them were saying they want to come back home. And where is home? Home is Africa. We need to engage them in terms of business. And I can see my brother Jas is here. So your work is cut out for you. Caribbean needs to come home. We need to change the narrative. and the Prime Minister of Grenadines really gave us a whole history. And I was joking with somebody saying, he looks like a Mzungu, but I mean, you know, I think he has Portuguese blood and what have you. Honorable Farida Abdallah and myself were there. And he brought up one point of saying that we need to change the narrative about Africa, about the Caribbean, all these terminologies like dark continent. We need to change that, but we can only change them with actions, with events that are positive, you know, for our people to be upbeat, whether it is governance, whether it is everything else. One of the things, as I introduced Ambassador Masila, is that he said, we keep talking about the World Economic and Information Order. Who is going to set up that and who is going to be ordering? Africa should start ordering. Over to you, Karibu.
Forget to the initial remarks. Initial remarks.
Yeah.
Initial remarks. Initial remarks.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. First and foremost, Dr. Shem, happy to see you. After the many years we spent, I remember the last time we had a very deep engagement is when we were working on the Kenya diaspora policy some years back, and I'm happy to see you again, very actively engaged in championing the diaspora across the globe. First and foremost, I want to start by extending apologies of Dr. Abraham Sengoi, the PA State Department for Foreign Affairs, who would have wished to be here. Apparently, the meeting coincided with a bilateral meeting, which was starting actually at midday today, and he is accompanying His Excellency the President. Mine is to say that as a way of just setting the tone, is that first and foremost, I'm happy to be here today. I always tell people, although I'm in charge of economics where I work, I'm very passionate about diaspora, having been involved in diaspora activities for the last 10 years. And whenever I see such, I'm always very impressed. So mine is to say that I think there's a lot to do, particularly when you come look at the government of Kenya, particularly in terms of making sure that we used to talk about diaspora remittances, but we have changed in terms of approach. We are no longer talking about remittances. We are looking about making sure that we advocate for the welfare and rights of the diaspora in the State Department for Foreign Affairs and generally the government of Kenya. And sometimes most of the times, we use such forums to be able to inform policy, not just at the national level, but both at the continent as well as that at the global level, because diaspora is a very important constituency when it comes to developing their countries of origin, and that connection with our countries of origin is so important. And I think I'll be coming back to give the remarks which Dr. Sengoi was to give, and then we can engage more others. Thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you, Sana, Ambassador. Dr. Chodo, you want to take over, or should I go into another guest?
Actually, just to thank Ambassador Masila. He doesn't know how delighted, excited I am to see him again. I think when former president in 2014 launched the then foreign and diaspora policies, we worked together in the Bundu, what South Africans call the Bundu. We have come a long way, but I'm glad now we are not even talking of moving the remittances into Kenya into 500 billion shillings, but to a full 1 trillion shillings. It's no longer in the billion range. But as Dr. Malcolm will tell you, our African-American brothers and sisters, some who are in the room with you, say, why are you talking of trillion shillings when we are a 1.8 billion spending $1 trillion capacity? So we want to see some of those tax dollars to get into Africa and also vice versa to trade. So thanks so much, Balozi. Over to you, Sister Rosemary. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. I was picking up a call from PS Sam Wale, is on his way, making his way, arrived at Grand Central. So those are the challenges, but and Terry is on his way too. But allow me to ask Professor Raul Hinojosa. Raul, if you're ready, please take the mic.
Rosemary, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hello, yes. This is such an honor, Rosemary. Dr. Shem, so good to see you. And all the dear friends, Dr. Malcolm, Beech, good to see you. Greetings. I'm here actually at the United Nations Summit of the Future, where our plan is for next year to make the diaspora the centerpiece for the vision for the transformation of a sustainable development planet. And the reason is very clear. We need to understand that the diaspora around the world is the third largest economy of the world. After the United States, China is then the diaspora at close to 9 trillion US dollars. The remittances are now projected to be reaching $1 trillion a year. And over the next 10 years, that means $10 trillion in remittances, which is a huge amount of money, much more than all the direct foreign investment, as we know, and all the overseas development aid and debts that will be achieved. This is the problem is, and this is we're putting this on a global stage with the United Nations and World Bank, is that unfortunately still more than 90% of these resources are moving in forms of cash payments. So the problem is that we have an incredible amount of capital that is being moved by the hardworking global diaspora, again, the third largest economy in the world, that wants to save, that wants to take these resources, not just send remittances for their families, yes, so they can survive, but more importantly, to build a savings system for them to be able to, for their own families, but at the same time, as we increase the savings capacity from global remittances, we open up the growing saving capacity in the homeland. In the United States, the African diaspora, their purchasing power and wealth is growing much faster than almost any other diaspora. We're comparing these around the world. It's a very educated diaspora, etc. So our mission, both from the University, UN, World Bank point of view, as well as my company that Dr. Shem and KDA were very familiar with, Contigo, what we do is create the basis for moving of resources across borders into financial inclusion, starting in the rich countries of the world, full financial inclusion, free bank accounts, free mobile activated capacity that to send remittances. We're already connected to 110 countries around the world. In fact, in Kenya, we're at 11 banks, and I see my dear friend Hughes from Equity Bank has just arrived. They're one of our new partners. I think I can say that now.
Papers are signed.
Yeah, and actually, you just came in just in time for me to be able to say that it is our great pleasure to announce a partnership with Equity Bank, which I consider one of the most important institutions in the world as a model for how commercial banks become development banks. Yeah. And with a fascinating philanthropic focus as well. And so it's our honor to be able to say that we will now be having the Contigo equity card, debit card, MasterCard on a platform, again, free, real free, all right? I've worked for the White House. I've worked for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So very important when you say the word free, you really have to mean it. And this is it. The remittances, which, and this is, I'll end here, what's extremely important, what we're trying to do is to have those resources start going more and more into savings accounts. So for example, in the case of Equity Bank, who also happened to rise originally from a partnership with SOCAS, the Savings and Credit Associate Organizations, SACOs, which is the same thing we do in Mexico. Make sure that the savings can also come down to the very local territorial level, where their partnership at this fascinating global level that institutions like Equity Bank can play, can also reach the micro levels, the grassroots organizations where people like the Maasai.
What happened? We can hear you. What?
The Maasai population that we're working with, for example, can then use the savings for their sustainable development purposes. So I'm gonna leave it there. Our partnership cannot happen, as Rosemary knows, without us reaching now the diaspora. I am an immigrant myself, come from Mexico. We in Mexico, US, we have the largest bilateral migration and remittance relationship anywhere in the world, $75 billion. But we're this exact same technology we're learning from Equity Bank, we're learning from Kenya, we're learning from the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And I think our goal is to diasporas of the world unite, right? We have the vision, we have the experience, and we have the capacity to move these resources in ways we will not reach global sustainability goals, right, that everybody loves to talk about, all right, without the full involvement of the global diaspora. In fact, as again, I'll end with this, next year, we're wanting to put at the center stage of the Summit of the Future the role of the diaspora. And I think that your organization will play a critical role in that. So thank you very much, Rosemary, Dr. Shem, and everybody in there. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Dr. Todo, you can hear me?
Loud and clear, much appreciated, Professor Raul.
Yeah, Professor Raul, we really appreciate those remarks. And Equity, actually, the Equity Bank just came in right on time as Dr. Raul was speaking. And we'll hear. I'm looking at the first segment where Dr. Jaswinda Jos Bedi is expected to speak. We've just been joined by P.S. Sam Wale. Peter Ivy has just joined us. The room is filling up. But again, let me remind everybody that we really must be out of this room, unfortunately. Great discussions, but we have to wrap up by 2:50 because the Prime Minister of Seychelles is using this room. Allow me to introduce my brother, Jos, Dr. Jacinda Bedi from KEPSA. KEPSA has done a lot of work, but let me not beat the drum on their behalf, because like the challenge I gave of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, they want to do business with us, they want to come back home, give us the remarks. How can we bring them back to the continent? How do we move the needle? Really in terms of action. Let's stop the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Yeah.
Can you hear Jos?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation. I'm actually very happy to be here because I think we have the perfect opportunity for us to change the continent and change the way we are doing business. I just want to rewind this discussion about 50, 60 years ago. Africa's share of global trade was 3%. Today, Africa's share of global trade is 2%. And yet we are 20% of the world's population. And if we go back to 3%, we don't need aid as a continent. And if we take it to 4% of world trade, we'll become a net donor to the world. So it's a small needle that can move just by 1% that makes it totally sustainable with our developmental agenda. And if you take it up by another 1%, we're actually in a very, very different space. I also want to talk about the diaspora remittances to Kenya. Last year, we got $4.4 billion. The year before, we had just under $4 billion. It was $3.8 billion. Our number one export today is diaspora remittances. It's far surpassed tea, which was $1.4 billion. So 3 times the value of tea is what we are seeing now as diaspora remittances. Of course, what is very important for us to discuss is that we all know, and we've been discussing in this last week here in New York, that 1 in 4 people on this planet will be African by the year 2050. And that's not so far away. In the next 25 years, 25% of the world's population is going to be African. In the next 15 years, 33% of the world's working age population is going to be African. Our population is the youngest in the world. It's 19 years. That is our population in Africa. And I think the rest of the world is suffering from an aging population and an old population. And yet we on the continent have this youthful asset. I call it our greatest asset. Our greatest talent is our human capital, which we don't value enough because, really speaking, the only other country that comes to mind is India. They have a youthful population, but they don't have a young population. So now let's just fast forward this whole discussion. And what do we do with this human capital? Either we can nurture it for them to become the world's biggest productive society. And if we do nothing, we're going to make it the world's biggest destructive society. It only goes 2 ways, productive or destructive. We saw what happened in Nairobi in the last few months, and all our youth were talking about jobs. They only had one small request: can we have jobs? And I think collectively in this room, we have the moral obligation to bring jobs to the continent, and we can use the infrastructure that we have built. The US is the #1. 50% of the diaspora money comes from the US alone. And we could actually network and partner with all the diaspora living here, living abroad, living all over the world, and say, how can we connect the dots? How can we move away from being extractive industries? How can we actually add value on the continent and create jobs? And if you look at our infrastructure, it's largely based on, take raw materials out, add value somewhere else, and bring them back as finished goods. So there's a lot of work to be done. And I think it's an opportune time for all of us to sit down, map out which value chains we want to work with, how we want to work with those value chains. But there must be high impact value chains. We must be looking at high impact, meaning labor intensive industries, because that's what the youth of Africa want. And if we can partner with, AGOA is a great opportunity. For example, Kenya is the largest exporter of apparel. We did $500 million last year. And we were chest thumping, and I told my president the other day, I said, we're ashamed of ourselves. The market is $100 billion. We are doing 0.5%, and we got 50,000 jobs. Come on. That surely can go to 5 billion jobs, can make 500,000. And these are good paying jobs. I mean, so many of us went to Macy's, and you go and see the underwear there. Calvin Klein is now made in Kenya. So why can't we expand that pie? And why can't we just change the narrative and change the narrative for the continent and start capturing the value? I just want to pause there. I know there's a lot of Q&A that's going to happen, but I just wanted to set the tone. The time is now. Thank you, Rosemary, for raising this.
As we continue with the discussion, and allow me, Nairobi, probably we can field a few questions, just about 3 for that segment. Very quickly, any burning issue? To the speakers that spoke, Professor Raul, Jas, Hata Ambassador Masila. It's a full house. Reverend Dillon has just arrived in the house, and we are really rock and rolling.
Much delighted to know that. How are you, Reverend Dillon, sir?
Very well, very well. Thank you.
Glad you could make it. Maybe in the interest of time, Rosemary, the chief guest can take the floor, if you permit.
I'll probably just give him another minute as they, sort themselves out. If there are no questions, anybody with a burning issue from New York? Equity, you have anything that stands out that probably?
No, just perhaps just a comment.
And you can introduce yourself.
Absolutely.
Full names and everything. So this is part of the, networking.
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, good afternoon. I think Nairobi, it's 7 hours ahead, so Good evening. My name is Hughes Foley. I am a group MD for payments for Equity Group. I am based in Nairobi. I just moved to Nairobi about 6-7 months ago. And as part of the Dr. James Mwangi's enterprise of driving the right changes for the African diaspora. So I joined Equity by way of MoneyGram. I was based in the US here for 34 years. And I was senior vice president for MoneyGram. So the remittance business is something that I've done for many.
Sorry, we lost you, Sister Rosemary. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, it's good. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Go ahead.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so just not to take too much time, but we are very delighted to be amongst you because diaspora remittances is what feeds a lot of family, but also a lot of, it builds a lot of businesses and small and medium-sized businesses in Africa and globally. So just to throw some numbers in addition to what has been shared already here, the global remittance market is it's about 700 billion annually and growing. And sub-Saharan Africa accounts for about 1/7 of that money. So we're looking at about $100 billion going directly from the United States and other places into our families. What do we do with those funds? How do we better channel these funds so that our fellow family members, businesses that we're trying to do across the continent are benefiting from it? So collaborating with entities such as Contigo here in the United States is actually one of the channels how we are removing the layers, which makes remittances somewhat expensive. We're in 2024. Our goal is really to make sure that the flow of cash, whether you live in Pennsylvania or you live in Paris or you live in London or you live in DRC sending to Kenya, that process today is seamless, frictionless, and more importantly, adding value that our consumers are seeking for. So we spoke about the economies or the type of support that we get. So remittance today, we're looking at Equity. We're looking at 3 or 4 major pillars that are almost indirectly or directly impacted by remittances. We're looking at agriculture. How does funds sent from the middle of Manhattan are impacting the lives of farmers in different places? Insurance. How do residents of Montreal sending money to Congo or Kenya is helping? How those funds are helping pay for insurance premiums so that your loved ones don't have to suffer staying at home or not getting the proper care? How does one get to fund it directly from the comfort of the home in Egypt, sending to Uganda to pay for tuition? So those are the way we are proud to announce and to say that Equity is working around the clock, around my portfolio, to make sure that that process becomes a lot seamless than it has been in many years. So I just want to thank everyone who took the time to sit around the table. We have distinguished guests here, and it's a privilege and an honor for me as an employee of Equity Group to be representing the brand and wanting to share some minutes with my fellow global citizens. Thank you again for having us.
Karibu in Kenya, you have a wonderful time used with those remarks. I was just checking an email here that I was in correspondence in 2013 with Pamela when she was the president of MoneyGram and facilitated their meeting in Dallas with President Uhuru Kenyatta then. So I'm seeing Carl, I'm seeing, Helen Lodge, you're all colleagues. But we are moving very quickly through the program. It's really very interesting. It's how to start with the really, I want to call all of you dignitaries. And really, take that and call yourself a dignitary. Unajua Waswahili sisi ukimwambia mtu ni dignitary, no. Take it and own it. We all have something that we contribute there is something that we bring to the table. Si mdogo, si mkubwa, si mnene, si mwembamba, si mweusi, si mweupe. You know, for those who understand Kiswahili, I'll come to my Swahili sister here, the Honorable Farida, but allow me to now introduce, and let me say the chief guest that we were expecting, who is a PS, Foreign Affairs, State Department of Foreign Affairs, Dr. A. Korir Singoe, but on his behalf, we have Ambassador Masila. Karibu.
All right. Liana?
Yeah.
All right.
Can
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, actually, it's okay. So thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I want to present apologies of PS Singoe. We would have wished to be here in person, but as I said earlier, we have meetings still taking place at the UN, and she is accompanying His Excellency the President, and therefore he requested that I sit in on his behalf in this meeting. And what I'll do is that in the interest of time, I'll read his statement and I'll do the abridged version of that, and then I can share with you the soft copy of this statement. Because I know we are under pressure to leave this room. So at the outset, allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to our hosts today for inviting me to this forum to exchange views on this important subject on of trade and investment in Africa. The focus of this event aligns very well with the Africa's Agenda 2063, the continent's long-term strategy for socioeconomic transformation. The Agenda 2063 lays strong emphasis on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And I'm happy to know that the KDA is focusing on sustainability issues around the UN, with a focus on industrialization, trade, and utilizing Africa's resources for the benefit of its people. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, ACFTA, is truly evidence of Africa's shared commitment to economic integration and expansion. It has opened up numerous opportunities for African countries to enhance their trade relations, boost competitiveness, and improve socioeconomic conditions of millions by eliminating trade barriers and fostering a unified market. It has brought together a combined continental market size of 1.5 billion people and a combined market value of around $3.4 billion trillion dollars. By 2050, Africa will be home to the world's youngest and most productive population, and we've had just Bandy tell us the median age of that population, which is very encouraging. And the ACFTA presents the largest trading bloc since WTO, the World Trade Organization, presenting an enormous market opportunity for production across Africa. Under the Africa Union, we have the African Diaspora Union, which has mobilized the Africa diaspora, whose remittances are currently estimated at 95.6 billion annually to Africa's economies. By engaging diaspora in key sectors like infrastructure, manufacturing, and emerging areas like technology, Africa Diaspora Union bridges opportunities for sustainable growth, creating a platform for Africans abroad to invest in initiatives that align with Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital revolution is shaping our world, and we need to start building a robust digital infrastructure. The technology-driven startup ecosystem has also been a major enabler of inclusive growth by empowering youth and women entrepreneurs to enter new markets and scale up their businesses. In Kenya, for example, we are building 1,000 kilometers of digital superhighway and connecting over 12,000 government services to digital platform to enable transition to digital ecosystem. As policymakers, the private sector, and partners, as well as diaspora, we need to create hubs, incubators, nurturing startups and tech entrepreneurs, and supporting their solution to our unique challenges. This is particularly critical when it comes to artificial intelligence. We need to ensure that AI systems are not only developed, but implemented. Our mantra in Africa is private sector-led economic growth and transformation, driving innovation, creating jobs, and fostering sustainable development and growth. The public sector role is to de-risk investments and play an enabling role to anchor the necessary policies to sustain and attract investments. In the interest of time, I want to say that in closing.
Let me just interrupt you. I've just received some good news. We can stay here until tomorrow. The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of Seychelles is meeting with the Secretary General, so he's allowed us to continue. So take your time. You can breathe.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you must have picked over for President. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. So, as I said, access to affordable financing is essential. We need to collaborate with financial institutions to develop tailor-made, and I'm happy to see that Equity is there. I think they've done a lot in this field. Tailor-made long-term development financing solutions. Additionally, we must advocate for reforms in the international financial architecture. And those of you listen to His Excellency the President this morning, when he was delivering the statement on during his address, he dealt very much about the reform of the global financial architecture to make it fit for purpose. To secure fairer terms and greater representations for African nations, institutions like IMF and World Bank, ensuring that our private sector receives the global support it needs. Africa's infrastructure gap, according to Africa Development Bank, stands close to 170 billion, which hinders economic activity. Therefore, collaborations between government and private sector investors are essential to address this issue. I believe well-designed PPPs or public-private investment models can attract and encourage private capital for major infrastructure projects such as roads, energy, ports, and telecommunication. We must do more in this area. In closing, I would like to underscore that Africa remains steadfast in its commitment to fostering strong trade relations and leveraging the power of our diaspora. The challenges we face are significant, but so are the opportunities, and it is through events like this that we strengthen our resolve to build a prosperous Africa for all. Lastly, I'm pleased to announce that Kenya will host the inaugural World Chambers Federation Africa Summit in Nairobi from April 9 to 11, 2025, alongside the International Chamber of Commerce and the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, and you are all welcome. Additionally, of course, which is not in the remarks of the PS, is that we'll also be celebrating 60 years of our diplomatic engagements as under Minister of Foreign Affairs. And one of the events we'll be actually having, and I'm happy that Dr. Chole said it, is a Diaspora Day. We'll have a whole day to celebrate our diaspora in December as part of that journey, considering that diaspora is one of the Kenya foreign policy pillars. And we're very happy to see all of you in Nairobi. And therefore, with those many remarks, Madam Chair, I want to stop there and thank all of you, and once again, to wish you very successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here, even for the chief guest, Ambassador Masila here, can we probably make it a little bit more interactive? Kama mtu ana swali, anybody with a burning issue, a question. I have a question, and one of it is to the government. And we now have the attention of the diaspora. When we talk of the remittances, there's a lot of money that we send to Kenya. This money, I do remember there was discussion, the money that we send in, it's probably $100 here, $200 here, under 500 for, you know, helping an auntie, helping a relative and what have you. It doesn't really, it's not, when you track it, it really doesn't go for investment. Now, how do we harness that? Build trust and confidence among the diasporans to the point that if you want to even sell an airline, sell it to the diasporans, Kenyans. Is that something that the government can reflect on? You may not have the answer now. Why can't we interest our diasporans to really take up some of these big issues? Give competition even to Equity. Yes, Equity Bank has done a phenomenal job. You know, I just had Dr. Mwangi speaking about their footprint in DR Congo and elsewhere, and how they bought a bank that had 86,000, I think, clients, and they now have 2.5 million. Yeah, you had, yeah. So all I'm saying is that there is a pot that we need to harness. Tap into the diasporans, but they must feel comfortable. We must make them feel comfortable to be able to come up and really commit their money. Some of us have even sent money home. Unapeleka kwa ndugu, ukienda kuangalia ile mjengo, the mjengo was never started. You know, so that there is also this, to avoid vitu kama hivyo. But yangu Kepsa hapa has already answered for that. But all I'm saying is that diasporans, tupatieni nafasi. Look at us as another treasure for the country.
Thank you very much. I think we have a very simple solution. It has been used in the rest of the world. It's been used extensively in India. And what we should be doing is, and I think with government, we should propose a diaspora bond. A bond that comes in, the $4.4 billion that come into Kenya. If that bond with government securities can be tax exempt, it can grow very quickly, and a 4.4 can become 10 billion very quickly, because that's the best investment that anybody can get. And you'll see that the returns in the Kenyan securities is so much higher, and it could be a dollarized bond as well, so that the exchange risk is mitigated. So I think things like these, and I'm sure when we have the Diaspora Day, we can actually brainstorm what should we do differently, because the biggest risk for a diaspora is to send these dollars back to Kenya, get it converted into Kenyan shilling, and then he's playing on the stock markets, and then he turns his money back to dollars, and the currency has been to 160, and he's lost his dollars in shilling terms. And so that's why a dollar bond with the government securities, maybe without taxes, can be a great engine and a great thrust to actually catapult a bigger pool of cash, so it can be used for developmental funding. Thank you.
Yeah, before we get
Sister Rosemary, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, the African tradition that you look after all your children. I wanted just to share with the colleagues online who are following virtually that they can type in questions and comments on the chat space. I also want to give assurance that we are recording. So even those who may not have opportunity to share thoughts, this is going to be available as part of the history to remember this meeting. I also wanted to thank the PES, represented ably by Ambassador Masila. Diaspora Day, Diaspora Matters, Diaspora are things we have been pushing for. There are others that we'll discuss by tunasema kwa nyuma ya tent. And I'm proud to use Swahili because the Africa Union has adopted Swahili as one of its official languages. So proudly African, but we are very happy to hear there's going to be that Diaspora Day. I wanted just to, if you permit, so that we also hear from, when Just talks of securities, the guru of the stock market, Nairobi Securities Market, has been passively following, so that you make it interactive, as you say, Sister Rosemary. Maybe Kiprono Kittony could also share, if our chief guest permits, some of his thoughts.
Sure.
Just to confirm that in Kenya, it's both government pooling alongside with private sector and the civil society, including the diasporas. Bwana Kiprono, if you're able to share your thoughts, please.
You need to unmute him.
He needs to unmute. Or unmute him.
We need to unmute him.
We need to do it.
He can do it on his side.
No, he has to do
it on
Don't
his side.
worry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Shem. Following on the very encouraging words by our keynote speaker, the PS, and my brother Jas Bedi, I just wanted to say I'm really grateful and privileged to be here with you guys this evening, and sitting here in Nairobi and listening to all these great things that are happening. And I think there is no doubt we all believe are committed to the fact and acknowledge the fact that you know, there is huge potential in our continent. And I chair the board of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. We are in very exciting times because the Feds have just decreased the interest rates, and I'm sure a lot of those dollars will be flying into frontier markets. And Kenya, Nairobi Securities Exchange, is the 4th largest exchange in the continent of Africa. So we are looking at good times. The only challenge that we have is a supply side issue, and that supply side issue is being dealt with. Tomorrow we have meetings with the National Treasury, and I'm certain that there will be solutions, including even the dollar-denominated bond. And I'm sure, Jazz, you are aware that we are working on it, and we're not calling it a diaspora bond. We're calling it a dollar bond. You also know that Kenya has quite a substantial amount, about 1.6 trillion shillings of hard currency sitting in local banks. So even that could be used to purchase the bonds and enhance returns to the investors. I think we all agree again that our continent is full of potential. We've got natural resources, we've got a youthful population, we've got limitless capabilities, we've got all sorts of things working in our favor. But I strongly believe that we need to move away from discussing the potential to actually realizing that potential. I think it's been said enough times that we do have the potential. And I want to start by suggesting that charity begins at home. This is a conversation about trade. And in our continent, intra-African trade is still at a miserable 17%. If you compare this with other regional trading blocs, I mean, the intra-EU trade is 70%. Intra-America's trade is in the 50s, high 50s. So there is a lot of work to be done. And despite the fact that we have the AfCFTA, there's still a lot of barriers to making this a reality. And I think one of the first things that we could do is to define the objective. What is it that we want to achieve out of this enhanced trade? The first one I would say is to increase that percentage of intra-African trade. The second thing that we should be focusing on is how we could attract foreign direct investment. And this is done through more efficient trading environment that making our continent more attractive, but through value addition and through exploring the various agreements multilaterally and bilaterally that exist. We could also leverage on the very diverse resources. And again, this is where we use the word potential too much. I think we need to move from potential to action now. We need to support small and medium-sized enterprises because that's the cornerstone of any economy. In my previous role in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I was actively involved in promoting the agenda for small and medium-sized enterprises. And we need to create an environment, an enabling environment for them because they are the primary drivers of employment, as well as job creation and economic diversification. We need to work on the infrastructure. I cannot believe for the life of me why we still have the infrastructure challenges that we have today. It is, and I've said it before and I repeat again, it's easier to ship a container from Felixstowe in London to Mombasa than from Lagos to Mombasa. So we need to start to figure out our sea routes, our rail links, and our highways, and as well as our ports and airports. We need to work on strengthening global supply chains. By working with other international actors, we need to really ensure that we are actively involved in the global supply chain. The tools that we could use are the regional trade agreements that exist, the African Continental Free Trade Areas, the other regional trading blocs like the East African Community, the COMESA, and the likes. We could also explore the various bilateral trade agreements, look into the detail and where the opportunity lies. We have signed far too many memorandum of understanding. We find far too many agreements that today do not actually reflect in enhanced business. We need to look at the trade facilitation measures. We need to capitalize on our digital platforms. Kenya has 1/3 of its GDP transacting on M-Pesa. That creates a perfect environment for boosting trade. We need to work on the public-private partnerships. We need to do more capacity building to allow people to know what opportunities exist and how we can realize them. We need to build more capacity in our investment promotion agencies. And finally, we need to support the good work banks like Equity, the regional development banks like AfCFTA, Afri-Exim Bank are doing in making this a reality. In conclusion, I believe that these are the things that we could do. They're low-hanging fruits. And I want to encourage you to take advantage of our securities exchange and invest with us. Despite the fact that Kenya has had a bit of a challenge in the last few months in its governance, we are still in positive territory year to date, and we've been rated as one of the best performing exchanges in the world. Thank you, and I look forward to more interaction with yourselves. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Chairman. Before I hand back over to Sister Rosemary, I know our sister Ruth, a senior member of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and also a representative in the UK. Maybe just say a brief word and then we pass it back over to New York. Go ahead, Madam Barry.
Thank you, Dr. Shem. So I come from the household name of the Kirema family. So I've had the honor of having all my siblings live and grow up in various countries. I represent the chair of the United Kingdom support group. Okay, I just want to talk about the value of support group. We set up a child, a younger people mentoring, also an intellect.
Clear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
A little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Rosemary, you can mute for now. Just briefly. Make it brief, Ruth. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want on the topic of support of Kenya support system as community. London, we've had loads of investments through that way. And I just want to, of everything we're discussing today, I'm just going to show the value of Kenyan support systems that I've seen. Thank you for that moment. Thank you, Dr. Shem.
Much appreciated, Ruth. As we hand back over the mic to New York, just two brief ones. One, for my colleagues online, just because of the security measures in place, if you want to unmute or open your video, just side chat me or a side chat Arnold. That's one. Secondly, for colleagues who may not find space to join, we are also live on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. So if you have colleagues who wanted to join but couldn't come into this room, please let them know we are also on those two other platforms. Over to you, Sister Rosemary.
And while let's take advantage of social media. You can actually retweet, repost on Xspace, on Instagram, Facebook, so that at least people can follow the discussion. There was, when I asked that question of giving diasporans power, a lot of people, colleagues here wanted to respond. And I just wanted to call on probably our former PS, Sam Wale, to probably say something. Or if you're preparing yourself, I could get somebody else. Probably Reverend Maina, Reverend Peter Maina, then yourself.
The battery.
Okay, as you grab something to eat.
Well, I don't know if this battery will work, but I'm Peter Wangi Maina, and
tell us a little bit about yourself, though.
Okay.
So that we
I am the CEO of UNGA Communication. We are investors in Kenya in telecommunications. We do global linkages of Kenya, both terrestrial and space linkages. And we have a mobile app called Safari. But I want to talk more about the bond before the chair of the CMA goes. I hope he's still there. Because we with the diaspora in the USA went beyond talking, and we started initiating a process of creating a $30 billion bond to deal with food security. From research, we identified that if we could deal with food security value chain in Kenya, we will be able to deploy a lot of unemployed labor. We will be able to handle a lot of food insecurity issues, nutrition, and specifically we realized literally we are able even to fund our universities. And working with Nairobi University, we signed an MOU with them. We have about 12,000 acres of land available by Nairobi University, and the Faculty of Agriculture is working with us. And you can check some of the details on foodsecurityconsortium.com, foodsecurityconsortium.com. And it was incorporated here in the USA. In addition to that, we realized to deal with FinCENs deal with financial, is a division of the Treasury Department in the USA, dealing with financial crime enforcement. to deal with all the AML issues, we decided the best thing is let's incorporate a bank. We have a diaspora bank that is coming up. Kenyans, Nigerians, actually the leader is former federal guys for work with the Federal Reserve, trying to make sure we can have a bank that is going to handle Africa, North America, end-to-end financial transactions. These are all diaspora initiatives. We would like to work more with the government, obviously with the government of Kenya, because the majority of the people are Kenyan, but we have Nigerians, we have Tanzanians, we have people from all of our African countries who have joined the consortium. The battery is done, is gone, don't worry. I shout like I do when I'm preaching. So anyway, we realize we have to solve this problem. There is no justification in this day and age for any African to die of famine or lack of water or hygiene. And therefore our focus has been food security. And mainly we realized, the food security value chain is very, very big. It not only includes water, which is the main focus of overcoming food insecurity in Africa, making sure this water deficit that Africa has known, if I read my Bible, since the days of Joseph and Pharaoh, when they were dealing with 7 years of famine, and they knew what to do because East Africa was going to have 7 years of drought, and they had known how to deal with that. So we are not reinventing the wheel. Actually, our ideas are really borrowed from Abraham Lincoln and his formation of the USDA. He formed it specifically to deal with natural resource management and food insecurity in America. And he formed it in the midst of, look at the history of USDA, it has delivered, as Abraham Lincoln intended. So Africa doesn't have to borrow or benchmark anywhere else. You can just look at the USDA and say we can overcome all these myriads of problems, farming, poverty, no clothing, people being clothed with used clothes, when we can produce all the fiber we need in the country, create jobs, as Mr. Bedi was saying, to clothe our own people, not depending on used clothes from overseas. So the solution is with us. All we need, especially for your ministry and the CMA, is they have not been very responsive. We shared all this, you shared even the website to almost anybody who cares to listen. But we decided, in spite of that, we are moving forward. So Food Security NGO is already incorporated in Kenya. And the process of raising money, especially with the teams from Scandinavia, North America, is already beginning. And by the conference, this coming Diaspora conference, we want to introduce more people to what we are thinking. And the aim is, if you look at the website, we are showing clearly what $30 billion would do for Kenya. That is actually less than a third of Kenyan GDP. Being able to change that country to feed everybody, to clothe everybody, to house everybody, and above all, with 15 to 30% of every project going to the universities, be able to build our own engineering capacity for all the chain. So anyway, that's why University of Nairobi came in. That's pretty much what I want to talk about the diaspora about.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I keep checking because the mic here, I'm not sure, you can't tell.
The batteries are gone.
Yes,
so
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
No, I'm saying Nairobi.
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Yeah. The mic here doesn't show whether it's really on or off, but anyway, I am moving into the next segment, and I really like the interactive session, people just responding. And if there are any burning questions, please get in touch, and Ambassador Masila, I'll give you a second to speak. But I was going to introduce the next segment, which is fostering trade partnership to enhance Africa economic growth. And the speakers and panelists is Reverend Dr. Dennis Dillon, who is the publisher of New York Christian Times and president of Door of Return. And when I hear of Door of Return, Ghana in 2019, just before COVID, I was going to Sierra Leone and passed through Accra airport, and they were doing Year of the Return that brought in, really a lot of billions. So that is something I think Africa, we need to do that. And I gave you all the message from the Caribbean brothers and sisters that they really are very serious and committed in investing in Africa and really even allocating land for them to relocate. Why not? So I was just going to introduce the next segment. I think Mr. Kiprono Kittony, CES Chair, Nairobi Securities Exchange, has already spoken. Dr. Malcolm Beech, if you are able to again speak or 1 or 2 minutes with us, you are the co-president of the Africa Diaspora Alliance and president of Africa Roundtable. We have Terry Afram, who is the managing director of Bridge Partners. He has one leg in Accra and the other one in Amsterdam. I don't know how he's able to do that. But anyway, that's the nature. And I think we have 2 people who are joining virtually. This is Ms. Joyce Njogu, who is head of CAM, Consulting and Business Development, representing Mr. Tobias Alando, who is the acting CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Let me allow Ambassador Masila, and then we go down the guests that I've just mentioned in that segment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick in my response to the question you had raised, in addition to what has been said, to add that from the government perspective, we usually provide the enabling environment as far as the government is concerned, and that is in the form of the policy and the legislative frameworks. I believe most of you may have participated in the diaspora policy review process, because I know there are a lot of consultations by our sister department, State Department for Foreign Affairs, because I also happen to have been indirectly involved. And the focus, if you look at the current, once that policy is launched, and we intend to have it launched very soon, you realize that there is now a lot of orientation shift from the previous policy, which is published in 2014, in terms of supporting diaspora investment and making sure that we protect diaspora investment. So in terms of policy framework and the legislative framework, that is in the works. And a lot of that has been embedded in that policy. Agriculture, we have, if you look at the current focus of our national development strategy, there's a lot of also focus on value chains. We have the tea value chain, we have livestock. And from where I sit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we've been working very closely with the relevant state departments, looking at different comparative advantages in different regions in the world to come up with different value chains. And there's a lot of work being done through that. And we are using our diplomatic footprint. We have 66 ambassadors across the world. And we have, as part of what we are calling transforming our missions to the economic hubs, that's one of the deliverables we are looking at, helping us to reach out to come up with the value chains. In the other, because previously we talked about integrating diaspora into national development planning process and democratic processes, but now we are moving from that in the new policy orientation to the action, which I had Dr. Kiprono talk about, moving from now opportunity to the action itself. And that's even from where we sit as government. That's the direction we are taking. Alice, thank you so much.
Yeah. Sam Wale, you want to take a minute just to say jump and introduce yourself. You've given us a lot of support, you know. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everyone here. First of all, I'm very pleased to be in this session where some really good ideas are coming up. Having been involved in development, policy space, and now business space, it's amazing to see where we're headed. And just aside, this young man here, not just a diplomat, not just an ambassador, those who are first-class economists, was one of the people we mentored. So he understands all these matters deeply. So you're not just seeing an ambassador, you're seeing a very, very practical economist. He's taking the notes and points that you're making there. But the 2 things I wanted to capture, because this goes to the heart of what we're going to discuss. I just came from a session where the UAE, where they were trying to figure out how they want to get into Africa. And we had another session earlier, so that's why I got a bit late. But the thing that has struck me just listening and living here in New York and being involved in the finance sector one way or the other is that global capital, or most capital, looks at two things: risk and trust. And in the minds of many people, Africa is high risk. So the question becomes, how do you take this risk? Now, we have 55 countries. Yes. Africa is a continent, but people think that Africa is a country. There's no country called Africa. We've got 55 jurisdictions, 55 central bank governors, 55 presidents and prime ministers and kings, 55 rules, 55 these, I don't know how many currencies, I don't know what. So the minute global capital looks at that and say that place is too complex, we can't go in, then they sort out something they call high potential countries and focus on those high potential countries, which tend to be the ones that are mostly westernized or mostly known, mostly westernized, mostly known, and the ones that at least they feel a level of comfort with. Okay. So what the diaspora does is it achieves two of those. It lowers risk because we come from those countries. Yep. So listening to the professor here, you can see that he has de-risked his portfolio, his idea, because he knows the territory that he's going to. Secondly, the trust. You also raise trust because you know where you're going to. And the point I'm trying to bring is that the African diaspora, sorry, let me just keep going off. The African diaspora, that's it.
It's okay.
We can hear you. Can hear me. Yeah. Okay. The African diaspora is not different from any other diaspora. Right. It's not different from the Indian diaspora. It's not different from the Chinese diaspora. So why do we behave differently? China, when China opened up in 1979, for the first 10 years, there was no Western investment. It was very low. The investment that gave China its fast momentum, moving from potential to opportunity, from latent to kinetic energy, was from the Chinese diaspora. Prosperous Chinese in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Macau, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in the US. They were the first people to invest. And when they invested, they raised trust. Now other people could build on that trust. And in the process of bringing their more advanced systems, because of the countries they're coming from, they created structure that de-risked. So the role that we should be playing as diaspora, because I'm one of them, is that our investments from us can do that. Okay? Because when we go, and I'm so glad to hear you saying you're forming a bank. You go with a bank, you go with an investment vehicle that is regulated here, that is dealing with money laundering and everything, and making sure that it ticks all the boxes. Yeah. Now you create a vehicle for other people. Yeah. Say, okay, I think we can work with that. So that's what I see the value of the diaspora is. You risk, raise trust. All right, thank you.
I want to say that, yes, we're all diasporas, but I speak at many diaspora meetings all over the world. There's something special about the African diasporas, okay? The level of conversation that we're having here is great. It is really, really profound. And I love the sophisticated focus on this concept of bonds. Yeah. Let me just, if I can, you seem to be a little nerdy, that's good. To raise the nerd, no, I want to raise the nerd level just a minute, okay? Because I'm working with a woman who has become a new president. We're not talking about Kamala. I'm talking, although I am working with Kamala.
We all are.
Okay, I'm talking about Claudia Sheinbaum, okay, who will take office on Wednesday of next week in Mexico. So what we're doing, we're building a migrant bank, all right? Okay. And the concept there is that we're going to bring investors from around the world through an entity out of Luxembourg, right, to invest along with the government and along with local community credit unions. Yeah. And they together will own the migrant bank, all right? And in partnership with, we need a commercial bank also involved. But the concept here is, because one thing is to float a bond, a government bond, right, in even a dollar denominated, but that's going to go for government debt, right? You have to make sure that these resources are going to then turn into actual saving investment at the grassroots level. So by bringing in the local credit union as a network, 13 million people, that's almost 10% of the population, we don't have bank accounts right now, don't have formal bank accounts, will automatically be able to be. But then you also have the 25 million diaspora who could also invest. But the key issue is not just create a vehicle for a bond that the diaspora can feel safe in because they have a return in dollars, right? The real issue is, how are we transforming that savings capability down into actual actionable territories, effective instruments, right? With the capacity to know the sustainable network. And as you know, we're working with the Maasai. Yep. These networks, many of our, we're very interested at the cutting edge of ecological sustainability, and that means the people that live in these territories. You have to empower them directly, right? So not all financial institutions are interested or even involved at this local level. You have to, so we're trying to connect global capital markets, which they are very interested in, to figure out how that connection is made through bond issuances of various types. Governments can be involved, but you need to have also these localized networks of institutions that can then translate those resources into actual territories, right? So I just say this is a conversation, like I say, we're having in many parts of the world. We're trying to change the World Bank's thinking that it's not, they've had a remittance observatory for 15 years. Okay, it's enough. We understand. Remittances, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Okay, fine. Let's take it to the other level. Let's talk about the value of the entire diaspora, not just what they send as remittances, but what they're investing here and collecting here in the United States, in Europe, and who are looking to figure out how to make it go back to their homelands, but more importantly, in a way that actually makes a true sustainability impact. And like I say, next year at the Summit of the Future, our goal is to have this as be a central part of the discussion, because it is a multi-trillion-dollar untapped resource that for particularly the nature positive agenda, which is where our peoples all over the world live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I mean, that's really wonderful remarks. There's a young lady behind you who would like to make a remark. Please introduce yourself and say something.
Looks can be deceiving. I might look young.
No.
But that's all right.
Young as far as I'm concerned.
But I like to stay young. Thank you. My name is Aline Siston. I'm the founder CEO of Global Tides Group. It's a consulting firm based right here in the US. I was born and raised in Kenya, came to the US for graduate school. I'm part of Diaspora. Diaspora is our biggest asset right now. And I think if we figure a way to leverage our resource, because I feel like, I'm sorry to say this, America has milked me dry. People have made money on my account and my brain. It's about time that I do the same for Africa.
Yes.
But to do that, it goes to the elements he was talking about, the element of trust and conducive environment. But I want to come back to your point, which is a valid one. who are the real beneficiaries of all of these instruments, sophisticated as they are? My grandmother in the village does not understand the word bond, but she understands business and moving product. So there's a financial literacy component to what we're trying to do that translates within a certain multicultural context that then makes sense enough that the people you're trying to benefit can understand from your perspective the help that you're bringing to them. Because that big financing gap we keep talking about, which is a recurring theme, as you've all had throughout the discussions this session, it has a lot to do with financial literacy and empowerment. And simple things as, do they even have the technology to allow them to take advantage of accessing information that will allow them to make good use of a financial institution like that essentially is sitting on the help that they need. They don't understand that their help is actually sitting right behind their backyard. So my partner and I here are trying to work in that space to figure out, community groups like women and youth. Yeah, youth, we don't have to worry. A lot of them, they're forward thinking, they understand technology, they understand finance the way we do, as taught at the biggest institutions in the world. The women, not necessarily. There's a big gap there. So there's an education gap there that we have to fulfill. But we know very well that we invest in women, we're investing in communities and the future of our continent. Let's not discount that. So thank you, everybody, for your contributions. Thank you, Diaspora, for not giving up on Africa. That's our motherland. I say you have two babies. You have the baby you give birth to and the one you adopt. So Africa is my continent of birth. America is my country of adoption. I love both. If there's any way I can partner with any of you doing the work that you're doing to facilitate strategic partnerships that create real results, so that next year when we all convene here, we're not talking about where the gaps are, where the issues are, we're celebrating. I want to be able to celebrate for once. I am tired of listening to us complain about how we failed, how we've not met goals, how we're not succeeding. How about for once we just convene a year from now and you're telling me about the wonderful work that has been done in Mexico and how that model can be replicated in my village. Thank you so much.
No, I mean, really wonderful, very good remark. And stay on because I really want to make this very, very interactive. And let's exchange numbers.
Rosemary?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you permit.
Yeah, just give me a second to congratulate my sister here. I'm going to toss it back to Nairobi, but really I had a lineup of people who are ready to give their submission, starting with Reverend Dennis Dillon. But I also saw Hughes shaking his head, and everybody in this room, they want to interject and make a little interjection here and there because the discussion is really alive. And I think Sam, PS Sam, there's something, some antenna that went off in our heads as you were talking. Yeah. We have not actually tapped into who we are as diasporans. I don't want to tell you guys how long I've been here, but being in many years. But as diasporans, we really need now to think of home. When we meet again, promise me, we are not just talk. We'll be talking about a project that we started, a project that we reconnected with our grandmothers and our aunties at home, and real things, real deals. Sio kuzungumza tu. Back to you, Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Sister Rosemary. Just by way of declaring interest, I have some relatives in the house, but one company in particular in Florida that manufactures smartphones, tablets, laptops, and all that. We're exploring getting this done right in Africa using local resources. And my sister Lynn, who's just spoken, is one of the people driving that process. But we'll discuss more as we go along. Over to you so that we hear from the other speakers as well. I look forward to hearing from Brother Dillon.
Thank you so much. And let me commend you, Chairman Shem, and thank you, Rosemary, and the entire team for your work and your leadership. Super delighted to be here and to be a part of this very, very important dialogue. I think we need to have more of these dialogues, and I'm standing in agreement that we certainly need to move them from dialogue to action. We don't want to spend our life analyzing the problem. We want to certainly look at workable solutions. I want to just speak to a couple of quick things, and I want to maybe talk about the Black world or the Africa world for a minute, because I think that's an important perspective. I want to kind of help us to probably better understand the Africa diaspora, what that means, what that represents. I published the New York Christian Times and a number of other publications. One of our main publications that we do is the Black Report. We do the annual Black Economic Report. I have a few copies, Rosemary. I'm going to give them to you so you can handle the distribution around the table.
I know that.
I don't want to take on that task because I don't have enough copy for everyone, but certainly they're available online if you want to purchase. They're $45 for the report. But I want to just quickly say that it's important that we understand the diaspora, and it's important for us to understand contextually that how every nation on this planet succeed is to link their diaspora with their country. That's key. I think the Africa world, both on the diaspora side as well as on the individual country or the continental side, has failed in that regard. And I think the main reason for the failure is a big misunderstanding as to the African diaspora, because it is totally different from every other diaspora. Now, if I am a diasporan from Africa, that's a good thing, but I have no clue where I came from. I can't tell you I'm Kenyan. I can't tell you I'm Nigerian. I can't tell you I'm Ethiopian. I can't tell you I'm from Zimbabwe, from Eswatini, or any other place on the continent. That is the reality of more than 93% of the African diaspora. Why is that point important? That point is critically important because if we're going to understand how we fix this, it means that there has to be a greater commitment to look at where Africa has its consumer strength and consumer power. I'm specifically saying consumer strength and consumer power because almost every other nation on this planet understand the strength of the Black consumer, particularly the Black American consumer. Let me just give you a quick example because in the report we talk about this. So there's about 58 million people in Kenya with a GDP of maybe about $260 billion. In America alone, there is less than 50 million. Guess what the Black buying power is in America? 1.92 trillion.
Wow.
Now, when you understand that, now you understand why a small businessman would leave Ireland, went to the Caribbean, started a phone company called Digicel, and has become a multi-billionaire as a result of that alone. So until Africans on the continent understand that how much longer do we sell Dangote flour in Nigeria and it's not on the store shelves for Black people to buy in Brooklyn? I don't want to go through the details of it because of time, but the point that I want to make to us is that is the big fix. So the big fix is, so here's how it works. I've made about 4 trips to Seoul, Korea, because I wanted to understand their model. At the end of the day, Koreans in America don't sell Chinese products. Try it. I mean, just walk into a Korean gift store any day and look at where their products are made. They're deliberate about their commitment to sell Korean products. Now, guess what? They're able to create relationships. So there are no Koreans in America that they're working with. The Koreans in the diaspora know who to go back to Korea, which manufacturer to find, because they have relationships. They have family relationships, other relationships. Those relationships, Africa has not traditionally had. So we have to create them. We have to create more trade, more partnership, more. The reason why I take this year alone, I took over 120 African business leaders. So Warren G was with us in Durban and then Maputo only this year. We do these trips because we want to now make sure that there is synergy, that the business people that I'm taking to South Africa, they're meeting, and I'm taking a group to Kenya in December. They're meeting other business people. They're forming relationships, creating these kinds of alliances. So I want to, help us to understand how key and how critical that is. In the report, I just want to make a quick other wrap-up point. The Africa per capita GDP for the continent of Africa, I need everybody to hear this, is the lowest in the world of any other continent. It stands at a mere $4,700 US. 4,700. If you kind of go to Oceania, the continent with the largest, or the territory with the largest, it's at $63,000. But let's bring this home and look at the per capita for Blacks in America. The per capita for Blacks in America is $40,000. If Blacks in America were a country, we would be the 8th largest economy in the world. Just 50 million Black people alone in America. So how can that not be a significant part of our market? How can we not look at, when we're looking to do business, when we're looking to form partnership, when that we're forming these partnerships and begin to create the successes? Because we have a tendency to want to bring businesses that are already successful to work with those successful businesses. And all we do is to perpetuate everybody else's economy. To whom you give your money is to whom you give your power. The only way we fix that is to begin to look at the best candidates and begin to empower them. Begin to facilitate how we create growth there. And by so doing, we can create the kind of transformation that we need to create. I just want to encourage and challenge us to look at how we do things differently, how we engage differently. And just on the point of solution, which I heard earlier, I want to make a couple of quick solutions or lay forth some suggestions. One is how we increase the business collaboration and alliances between the diaspora. And by the way, we estimate in our report that there's about 1.8 billion Black people in the world. That's almost 25% of the world's population, 1.8 or so billion in the world. When we break that number down, Africa is 1.4 billion, and the remaining number is the rest of the Africa world outside of Africa. The rest of the Africa world outside of Africa has a whole lot more money than Africa itself has as it relates to GDP, not as it relates to the dormant resource power that is sitting in Africa. So I want us to dialogue. I want to come back next year and hear us talking more intently about how we strengthen alliances and collaboration. How do we work better? I mean, I've been up all night because, as everybody know, the mayor of the city, my very good friend, is in a huge turmoil. So I've been up all night and this morning. But guess what? The root of this turmoil is what he's doing with Turkey, what he's doing with China and all these other places. Where is Africa courting Black politicians and elected leaders and saying, gosh, let us work together. Let us find synergy. Let us collaborate. I would be a lot happier if he was in trouble with Nigeria. I mean, I would be happy if he was in trouble with Kenya. But it's not a good sense to know that, wow, he's in trouble with Turkey.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. Can you hear me?
Introduce yourself. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Okay, so my name is Edine Asor, and I'm the president of the African Business Club of Johns Hopkins University. Immediately we heard about this event, we decided to come here. I'm here with my executive members, and we presented at the UN Summit on inclusive financing for African women and youth. So let me be the voice for the youth here in this meeting, because we definitely want to advocate for the youth in Africa. We know what is happening now in Kenya. We heard about how the youth are rising in terms of putting out their voice, and we believe that the youth have a place in terms of moving Africa. I'm a big fan of the word, Africa belongs to us, and Africans will build Africa. So who are the people who are going to build Africa if we leave the youth behind? And that's why African Business Club, we are always excited about this, opportunity to have dialogues with the diaspora and how we can, support. So definitely we are also looking for partnership in terms of, how we can bring the minds. We are always looking at how we can prime the minds of the business leaders. We are the business school students, so we are MBA students. And also we work with SIDE, International Development in Johns Hopkins University. And diaspora engagement for us is one of our biggest priorities, because we believe that we need to prime the mind of the young people coming into the diaspora as early as we can, to be able to make sure that they take back the knowledge they are getting here to support the development of the country. So I was very glad to hear about the Diaspora Day conference that is coming up, because we are actually planning to have host one in November, and we are looking for how we can collaborate with the Kenya government to, host. Kenya was one of the countries we had in mind, Kenya and South Africa. So definitely would love to have that conversation in terms of how we can bring the talents to Africa. So really glad to be here, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. But again, on that note, just like to let you know that there's a Diaspora Homecoming Conference in Kenya in December, organized by the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance, of which I'm the chairman, and of course I'll network here for that. Thank you so much, Reverend Dillon, for that great information that is actually out there in the open for everybody to see and everybody to know. But nobody's actually working on it. So we really appreciate you for bringing it out in the open, and knowing that with the billion people in Africa, the rest of the Africans outside of Africa are making more strides than the people on the continent. So it's about time that the people in the continent also, pull up the socks and so that we move forward. But as Rosemary's said, we want to make this as interactive as possible. And but before I give a moment to Hughes, does anybody have a question or a comment on what has been said? If there's none, we'll just move forward to Hughes.
No, I think words cannot describe the excitement that I'm sensing here, and I think I shared it with everyone here. Full disclosure, I am from DRC. I don't know if I said that earlier, but I have the privilege of working in Kenya. And having worked, when I was here in the US, because I just moved to Kenya about 6-7 months ago, my experience has been around diaspora. So 18 years of my stay here in the US was around diaspora, not just the African diaspora. In fact, the diaspora that paid my bills and helped me put my children to school is the Hispanic diaspora. And it's a very dynamic, very intentional, very calculated diaspora. When I joined MoneyGram 18 years ago, Mexico was the 4th or 5th largest remittance market. Today, Mexico is the 2nd largest, right after China, right after India. All right, so this is because they're intentional. To your point, Reverend, similar to Korean, a Mexican vendor or a Mexican business, there are many Mexican conglomerates or big entities like Electra in Mexico who actually has crossed the border and invested here so that their diaspora can essentially find Electra in the United States to send money home. We asking that task for a Kenyan entity to come in the US and install here and then do the same thing and whatnot could be a tall task only if we look at it myopically. But we have to start somewhere. And the folks that can help us actually leapfrog is actually our African-American communities. And I could not agree more with you because these numbers are not fiction. These are real numbers. And when we all immigrate from Africa into the US, the first thing that we do is we look for neighborhoods of people that look like us, right? That's how it goes. So why is it that when we come here, we look for that community, but when it comes to investing, we don't? It is actually a missed opportunity, and I'm urging everyone here to take this to heart. This book, I just read some of the stats here. You spoke about, Sam, you spoke about two things. Trust, and you spoke about risk and trust. Well, they go hand in hand, right? To build trust.
Sorry, Sister Rosemary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll wrap up quickly. Risk and trust. The problem is there's a misconception about African or about Africa in general in the banking world. Because naturally, we don't like debt, African in general. President Ruto was quoted by saying he went to far in the village in Kenya and he was conveying folks to essentially grow the capital by taking risk and becoming financially included and taking loans. And this gentleman said, I'd much rather die poor and not owe anybody money than actually live and owe everybody money. So naturally, African as a community, we don't like debt. So the notion of risk is actually a concept that was put out there. And the longer we stay apart, we are feeding the narrative. So let's put our heads together. I think to me, it's about taking on the challenge that's put here to say, what is our purchasing power and what are we doing with it? The diaspora is just one small token, but it starts with the diaspora because we're supposed to know better. We come here, we get the knowledge. What are we doing with it? So I think let's build bridges in terms of how do we really concretely change the narrative, starting with maybe today is the day that we start that narrative.
Right.
If I may, Sister Rosemary, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do know, this can get exciting, but I want to request our speakers, maybe we can keep our contributions short so that everybody shares their thoughts. I recognize Craig Hartkoff is online, one of our speakers. I also recognize Dr. Ahmed Ogwell, Vice President, UN Foundation, health expert in the house, also online. But before I invite Dr. Malcolm Beech to speak, maybe if Terry is in the house, maybe just 5 minutes to share thoughts, please. Over to you, Rosemary.
Terry.
Give him Mike.
That's Mike to Terry.
All right. Yes. All right, first of all, thank you so much for having me, Rosemary. Good afternoon. My apologies first of all for me being late. I had a meeting which I ran over. But I'm super happy to be here. I was here last year as well. To introduce myself, my name is Terry from. I'm Ghanaian, but I was born and raised in Amsterdam, so I am part of the diaspora. Born and raised in Amsterdam, used to work as an investment banker with Goldman Sachs in London, moved to Johannesburg, to the African Youth Development, and then moved back to Ghana to run a tech firm. Jumia. Are you familiar with Jumia? Yeah, so it's a country director at Jumia for a while, and I IPO in 2019 in this city actually, right off New York, right? So that's a bit of my background. Then started Beech Partners, and with Beech Partners, what we do right now, that we mobilize and aggregate diaspora investments into Africa. right? So this story is close to my heart, and this conversation is always close to my heart. Anything and everything that I've been doing over the past few years has been about and around engaging and mobilizing diaspora to invest in the motherland, right? I think as we are talking about Africa, Africa is a place that I consider. I think the battery life is not on this side, but was still right. Africa is a paradox, right? If you ask me. If you look at Africa as beautiful,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
No, we can hear you.
That's fine, right? So the demographic footprint of Africa is a demographic footprint that many of the other regions are jealous of, right? We have a burgeoning population, the youngest population, right? Median age of 90 years in comparison in the West, right? If we're talking US, if we're talking Europe, if we're talking even China, it's around 38, 39. Whereas in Africa, it's a working population or a population with a median age of 19, which makes for a good workforce, right? The West is dealing with an aging population. We have a young and burgeoning population. If you look at the natural resources, right? We have all the natural resources that we need, and also the natural resources that are needed to solve global issues, among which climate change, right? I mean, we're now in New York, there's many conversations around climate change. How are we stopping climate change? Without Africa, there's not going to be any answer to climate change, right? Yeah. Beyond that, 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa, right? So we're blessed in many ways. Yeah. Each and everything that we need to be a leader on this globe in terms of leading socioeconomically is in Africa, right? But then that's where the paradox is. As much as we have everything, we are not necessarily where we have to be, right? And that's where the paradox is. And one of the key things that we are missing is indeed investments, right? We're here speaking about the diaspora. The diaspora remits indeed quite a bit of money. My colleague Hugh just mentioned indeed the figures and mentioned how diaspora has been sending money back in Africa. Just to give you reiterate the numbers, I think in 2010 the African diaspora sent back 37 billion USD. Right, in 2019 this number rose to 87 billion USD. In 2021, 95.6 billion USD, and in 2022 already over 100 billion USD. Right, so remittance inflows keep growing. But as you know, remittance inflows, and as much as I'm saying this, these are official figures. Official figures are not real figures. So I even believe that it's like type 3 of this figure, the amounts of money that we actually send back to Africa. So there's a huge potential. However, these are monies that typically get sent back to be consumed straight away, right? And that's why these conversations should align with conversations around how do we invest and how do we get the diaspora comfortable enough to invest monies into sectors that indeed have a longer economic impact and value. From our point of view, as I mentioned, I'm the MD for Beech Partners, and we started something called AdVida. Right, so AdVida stands for the African Diaspora Investment Network Alliance. Over the past few years, we have done a lot of summits right across the globe, in Dubai, in London, in Amsterdam, and Accra, to indeed, just like this, engage the diaspora audience on what it is to invest in Africa, right? So that's what we have been doing, and in the end, this climaxes into a fund. So we're building a fund to allow the diaspora to indeed invest in a transparent manner, in an official manner, and in a manner that would, not only allow you to make impact, but also returns, right? We believe that as an investor, once you're making returns, nobody has to come to you to tell you to bring your money, right? Once your money is making money, you will continue to bring your money. That's the most sustainable way to impact. So these are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Colleagues, before I come to our next guest speaker, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, representative of the CEO, allow me just to say there's so much potential and already things are happening. When we talk of even African capital or investments getting into the US, right in the house there, in the room there, you have a company in New Jersey that's significantly, Telecom company, both in the US and Kenya, that's competing with the big giants that, as I say, significantly African-owned. We all know about M-Pesa. I don't need to talk about it. Technology circulation instead of just transfer one way or the other. But also in terms of climate action, we have in the House, some people are working on climate credit sequencing and tokenization. And we also have, as I mentioned earlier on, critical minerals. So we want to hear from them, but let's hear from the Association of Manufacturing. Please, representative of the CEO of CAM. Then we hand it back over to you, Sister Rosemary. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, please take the floor. If she's not in, then we can move to the next session. Over to you, Sister Rosemary.
The mic. Can we use that? Can we use this? I thought we were getting Kenya Association of Manufacturers. When they join, we'll give them the floor. The next session is boosting Africa's tech and creative sectors through innovation. I'm not sure if Craig Hartkoff has joined. Arnold, you can also tell us if
Craig is in the house.
Yes, Craig, this is your turn. I have Peter here. These are the three musketeers, Craig, myself, and Peter. We usually hold our little focus like once a month just to touch base on what's happening. And really, let me say this about Craig. He's a mzee. Mzee means, of course, revered in terms of either you could be old, but just respect. But Craig is in the creative world. He is one of the co-founders of Tribeca Film Festival. He did that with Robert De Niro. You all know Robert De Niro? Okay, and so Craig is one of the founders of Tribeca Film Festival. He did tell me that they sold it to the Murdoch. But he has a lot of knowledge in those areas and creative and everything. And the next speaker will be Eliud Gilisho, CTO Novo Games. And then
sorry, Sister Rosemary, as we do that, come as actually in the house, so you'll come to them. They just had trouble unmuting, but it's sorted out now.
Yeah, let me introduce this team, and then once Kenya Association of Manufacturers finish speaking, then we'll go into that segment led by Craig Hartkoff. So it was Eliud Gilisho, CTO Novo Games, Honorable Engineer James Rege. I do remember him those days of ICT, and he's currently the president of SkyMax Network LLC, registered in the US. And then we have the distinguished professor, John Mativo from the University of Georgia. And we also have my good friend, I hope she's joined virtually, Honorable Yvonne Brandel Amolo, who is a member of parliament, born and raised in Kenya, but a member of parliament of the Swiss parliament. She's based in Zurich, and she's the CEO of Global Minority Parliamentarians Caucus. Over to Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Thank you. My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm leading in the consulting and business development work at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. First, thank you so much for convening this platform where we could then have good dialogue amongst the diaspora members and quite insightful conversations. I wish to introduce the conversation around manufacturing and growing the industrial capacity of businesses here in Kenya and also across Africa, so that together we can be a major global player, we can be influential and partner strategically with the rest of the world. One of the challenges we have in Africa is really our capacity to produce large volumes in a way that we can be highly productive and also competitive in the space of manufacturing. We appreciate all the areas that have been mentioned around promoting trade partnerships, and most recently the demand for promoting sustainability in our manufacturing processes and even in the trade relations that we have. We are quite lucky that there are so many trade agreements in place, but implementation strategies are quite weak, and we've seen how the agreements, especially with AGOA, have resulted to very little in terms of diversified sectors that have been invited to participate through the agreements. We also have seen little cooperation amongst different agencies in the different countries in supporting industrial capacity or industrial development. We've seen small businesses not being able to meet the global demand in terms of supplying whatever good products that are there. And we have quite high quality products from Kenya. But again, understanding of quality and harmonization of what quality means or what it looks like is a major challenge for us. And we need to harmonize quality standards across the world. And we look to Diaspora to promote that, because we've seen in some markets, you find people coming to Kenya and saying this product is really wonderful. But when you go to the US market, it's not allowable for one thing or the other. And then we begin to ask ourselves, what exactly is the problem around quality description? But we wish to also say we are very keen in making sure that we enhance our geopolitical relationships. We have seen how that has affected us largely, especially in Africa. Inter-Africa relationships sometimes are divided either because of cultural barriers, language barriers, and I'm excited to hear about how other countries are able to get into the America or into Africa and trade without fear of all those barriers. But in Africa, we see them as barriers instead of opportunities to diversify into available markets. I wish to say that in manufacturing, we also have challenges of not accessing the right capital flows. Most of the capital flows are not actually going into manufacturing. And we encourage Diaspora to see how they can prioritize investing in manufacturing facilities or businesses and building on networks or joint ventures. We are also open to having different relationships that can be connected in terms of partners that can come into joint ventures. And joint ventures could be not just manufacturing, but also the ecosystem around trading relationships, distribution facilities. We have seen, for those who are aware, people like Vivo setting up in the US, and the first clients were actually Kenyans in the US who went there to just show that they actually value the brand. So we have a large consumer base, as it has been said earlier, but also we can use that opportunity to build brand loyalties and to be part of those that demonstrate confidence in the brands that come from Africa, as we see how we can penetrate the rest of the world in sharing or exchanging goods and services. Is in trade about just sharing or exchanging goods and services in simple terms. So how can Africa play or be a strategic partner in these areas, even as we leverage on our resources and also take leadership in areas of green transition? We have quite good resources that can drive solar investments in solar technologies, investments in hydro, investments in the most like lithium for e-mobility. So the opportunities even to invest in Africa for the world is produce products for the world are quite immense. I just wish to say that I wish this conversation can also prioritize manufacturing investments and how we can build manufacturing hubs in Africa.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If you want to open your video briefly so that we see you, please go ahead and do it. And indeed, as I invite Craig, just to mention, one of our members in Norway completed a study that the much talked about remittances into Africa is only 5% that gets into Africa. 95% remains outside. What can be done together so that the remaining 95% can also make its way to do business and trade with Africa? Craig, the floor is yours now. Please take it.
Okay,
if you can unmute.
I'm audio only, is that correct?
Yes,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So
we just need the video on.
Yes, you can put on the video.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to be conscious of the time. So I thought I'd do something. We'll come back to remittances along the way, but I wanted to try something a little different, which really follows up on the last session that we had several months back, which was I've been taking notes of the conversations pretty much since we started. And I just want you to know, in today's world, I was sitting here with the equivalent of Goldman Sachs in my pocket.
Yeah.
And you might say, what's Goldman Sachs in your pocket? And welcome to the wild, wonderful, terrifying world of artificial intelligence. So as all these conversations have been going on, I've been putting my queries into ChatGPT to get some feedback. And what I want to do is try and connect some dots from the conversations that have been going on today, and just add a sentence or two or a thought here and there, trying to tie things together. But I think that in this world going forward, the playing field within the next 10 years from an information standpoint will be leveled. And in order to do that, however, it will require ubiquitous connectivity. And so, and we talk about infrastructure, it's really important to make sure high speed, and whether it's going to be 5G, 6G, satellite dishes, Elon Musk beaming down, but with the amount of people under 18, you know, the largest population of youth, have to make sure they are empowered with this crazy thing called, whether it's ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. This is a total game changer, in my opinion. And so I've been putting a lot of my questions and just running them through ChatGPT. And I'll just, I'm going to try and connect it together. But I'm going to start with a question and these are rhetorical. So it's for you to think about, not necessarily to answer. However, if you have any thoughts, since I think the interactive is kind of what we were going for. And I think last session, a couple months back, it was quite interactive. But the first one is, who manages this brand called Kenya? Who is the brand manager? And you can have multiple brand managers, but that's pulling together all the different elements that we've been talking about. So, and then the next one is what I'll call the sub-brand, which is who manages this sub-brand called the Kenyan Diaspora, and how do you want that presented to the world? And one of the themes, I think Rosemary, you and others said, is how do we change the narrative? And really the only way is through compelling storytelling. I'm going to give you an example at sort of a very high level. When New York was in deep trouble back in the 70s, they needed to rebrand New York. And they came up with a campaign, which some of you probably have seen, called I Love New York. Has anybody, just for the people I can see, have people seen that? It's on T-shirts, It's everywhere. Yeah. Those three words completely changed the image of New York State and New York City that were in the abyss during the financial crisis in the 70s. So one of the questions is, how do we create a high concept? And I'm just going to give you an example. I'm sure other people have used it, but if I said how do we kind of break this narrative? And these are grand narratives. They become ossified and very difficult to change. But if the brand for Kenya was open for business, or if you want to add the front end, we're open for business, one of the easiest things to do, and I was going through ChatGPT, it happened in Rwanda. One of the best measures to attract capital and capital formation is ease of transacting. And one of the metrics is how many days does it take to open a new business? And if you do the research, while it's not exacting, in Kenya, it's 7 to 14 days. In Rwanda, it's, I think, 3 to 4 days. And in the US, you can do it in real time. I've opened many, many companies online in 15 minutes. So that change of eliminating the barriers to doing business and making it frictionless is part of what I think the marketing campaign should embody. But then, not talking about it, you have to deliver. So at all different levels, whether it's the government, all the different NGOs, how do we stimulate this? We are the world's friendliest environment to do business. And if you can imagine opening, when you come to Kenya to start a new company, you can do it in less than a day. That sends a huge signal to foreign direct investment. So that's one of the thoughts that I kind of took away from the earlier part of the discussion. But the other message I think you want to send, and this really does tie into the remittances, is the business model or the business models, is this a patronage model or a self-sustaining model that just needs to have the front-end capital to build the infrastructure? And think of it this way, you know, someone, I can't remember who actually said it, but investing in the information superhighway, well, you can have the highway, but you also have the cars, the trucks, and the passengers who can access the highway. If you just build a highway and nobody's there, having the information.
One minute, Craig.
Okay. All right. I'll just give one more thought. Risk and trust is what it's all about. The world is at an all-time low of trust. Every institution in America is, I'm going to use the expression, in the toilet, I think is a technical term. People do not trust what's going on. You don't trust your neighbor or government. And I think the other final thought is think globally, but act locally. And that's critical. And that was addressed, I don't remember who actually said it. It was kind of hard to see who was speaking. But I think that creating an identity, innovation is about taking existing products and services. Yeah, I'll finish on this thought. Innovation is different than invention. And what you really want to do is take existing things and just rearrange them in novel ways. So I think an innovation proliferates much, much more rapidly than invention. So all of the things that we've been talking about, how do you just rearrange them? And with that, I'll throw it back to you.
Excellent. Much appreciated. And before I come back to Eliud of Candy Crush, riding on the same protocols, Craig, when you mentioned Rwanda, that's second home to me. But Engineer Honorable James Rege, now joining us from DC, was meant to be in New York. Please take the floor. One of African satellite specialists of long time and former permanent secretary for ICT Kenya. Go ahead, Honorable, and former member of parliament at their 5 minutes, please. Engineer Rege, if you are able to, let's allow you to unmute. And also if you want to open your video, you will be able to. Please, take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Chwada. You asked me to give a speech in this forum, and I thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow leaders, it's an honor for me to be here today as the president of SkyMax Network, based in Washington, D.C., representing our organization and the shared vision for Africa's growth and development. I'm deeply grateful to Dr. Shemu Chwada. I usually call him Daktari Honorable Chairman, and he has been in this diaspora thing for many years, and I want to really appreciate your efforts in putting this thing together. Thank you. I would also like to thank Rosemary Musumba of the Kenya Diaspora for the opportunity to participate in this esteemed event, Advancing Africa Through Trade and Investments. The theme of this event, Boosting Africa Tech and Creative Sectors Through Innovation, is one that resonates deeply with the mission of SkyMax Network. As a continent brimming with potential, Africa's future hinges on our ability to leverage technology and innovation to drive economic growth and societal transformation. The creative and tech sectors in particular hold the key to unlocking unprecedented opportunities for our youth, entrepreneurs, and communities. SkyMax Network is committed to playing a pivotal role in this transformation by enhancing connectivity across Africa. We are proud to announce our ambitious plans to roll out our technology network that will revolutionize the digital landscape of the continent. Our vision is to create a robust digital infrastructure that not only connects people, but also fosters innovation and creativity. Currently, in Africa, Sub-Sahara leads in the number of 5G network launches with 35 operational networks across 19 countries. However, the development of 5G standalone, that is SA networks, which offer superior capabilities for advanced applications, has been slower, with only 2 countries in the region, that's Nigeria and South Africa. These are the only 2 countries that have active 5G SA networks, which SkyMax is envisioning launching in Africa. Our collaboration with Ericsson will enable us to expand this cutting-edge technology across the continent, ensuring that more countries and communities benefit from the transformative power of 5G standalone. Our partnership with Ericsson, a global leader in telecommunications technology, is a testament to our commitment to delivering world-class solutions that address the unique challenges faced by the African countries. Together, we are deploying state-of-the-art infrastructure that will support the growth of Africa's digital economy. This includes expanding access to high-speed internet, which Craig was talking about earlier, and carrying with it all the nitty-gritties of artificial intelligence and ChatGPT. This includes expanding access to high-speed internet, which is essential for supporting the burgeoning tech and creating industry. Participating in this event is not just an opportunity to represent Kenya, but to shape global policies that will impact Kenya's and Africa's future. By being present, Kenyan officials and stakeholders have the unique chance to leverage global partnerships, secure vital investments, and bolster economic growth in alignment with the country's development agenda. This platform enables us to engage with influential global institutions and investors to position Kenya and Africa as premier destinations for investment and innovation. The event also serves as a critical stage for reinforcing—
1 minute, Honorable, 1 minute.
Thank you. The event also serves as a critical stage for reinforcing Kenya's leadership role in Africa's trade and development. Kenya has always been at the forefront of this innovation. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before I finish, my last word would be, we can shout behind the fence all we want until our tongues bleed. But if the people inside don't open the doors for us, it will be difficult. And I must say that the people inside want our money, but do they really want our businesses? This is one question we need to ask. And it seems to be all over Africa. Dr. Chuodo, lead us in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, Engineer Rege. Sometimes good to be democratic. Sister Rosemary, I'm wondering, the next speaker is also virtual. Should I bring it back to the floor of the House for one comment, brief comment, before I come back to Eliud? And in the event, Dr. Lehman Peter is in the House, but even if not, over to you, Rosemary. Somebody, maybe 2 minutes before you come back virtual.
Yes, give me 2 minutes. That's highly appreciated. I just wanted to acknowledge all people who are joining via Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. Please retweet, repost on your social handles so that at least people can either listen in to the tail end of the discussion, because it's been very vibrant. And like we've said, we are recording it. And if anybody is interested, I think I'll leave it to our tech people to share the address so that you can get the recording and listen to it, because there were really powerful messages, powerful ideas. What we now need, the next meeting that we'll be holding probably in 2025, it will be action, to look at either startups, action that we've actually taken, from talk to action. But I have a couple of questions and submissions here. The young lady again.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi.
And then we have Raul. Raul, he wanted to make interjections.
I just wanted to read this quick. My co-founder in Kisumu, Dora Okeo, she was watching via YouTube, and she wanted to make this comment. She said, "I love this session and to have dialogue on Africans in diaspora particularly Kenyans in diaspora, united in amplifying the voice and economic power of Africans, not just within the continent, but all around the world. Kenyans living abroad just in the first half of this year sent home approximately $2 billion according to the Central Bank of Kenya. This in itself is a huge resource. It's not that Africa has no solutions or capacity. It is more that for years and post-independence, every aspect from governance, resource management to development has been spearheaded by the West. Yet this is no excuse. For example, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, an initiative that creates a unified market for goods and services across the African continent. And it's only been ratified by 47 of the 54 countries. Travel across borders within the continent is still a challenge with huge visa fees. If you are doing business, then the fees are either tripled or worse. You have to secure more permits that limit or drain your resources to invest and secure operations for your business. This example alone is one of the greatest barriers to economic growth, and the African nations know it. The African leaders know it, and even those in the diaspora know it when you have to pay taxes or when you send money home, and these remittances are taxed and deducted from the recipient here. This is not to say that we cannot do anything about it, but before we speak of the abundance that is Africa, from the natural resources to the youth and the brilliance of culture and people, we also have to acknowledge that a review of policies and regulations in business and trade could do with a review as a starting point. So that was my comment from Doro.
Much appreciated. As we shift gears, I hope we can go back online so that Eliud can make his remarks. Eliud, if you are able to, please unmute. And if you're able to, you can also open your video should you wish to. You can unmute, please. Eliud, go ahead.
Thank you
5
so
minutes.
much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Eliud Kilisha. I'm a founder of Novo Games International Limited, and one of our known products is called Candy Cash. I'm based in Kenya, Nairobi, but we are exploring into launching our products, across Africa, South Africa, Uganda, and Tanzania in Candy Cash. What we have done is we have realized that our young people, or rather Gen Z and millennials, are addicted to gambling. So as a company, I decided to come up with an innovation on how can we give young people in Kenya alternative to, or in the world, or rather in Africa, alternative to gambling. And that's the time we came up with Candy Cash, which is our first product, which is a gaming platform. We have also incorporated, Fintech in it. So, talking about innovation, Africa, and most importantly in Kenya, we are the home of innovators. I was privileged last year to be the guest speaker at Kenya Science Week in Nairobi, and I was too shocked to see how many innovations we have. So, as the people of diaspora, most importantly, those are in UNGA today. The question is, how can we harness all the innovations that we have? We have so many brilliant people. I have, through innovation and technology, I've been able to create jobs here in Nairobi. And it is through this innovation that young people who are craving for jobs, they will be able to be entrepreneurs and create jobs for themselves. But unfortunately, our young people are taught, for you to be a better person, you must be employed. And this is a narrative that has gone through the ages. So it is most imperative that we should teach young Gen Zs and millennials like us that you have to create jobs with more ideas. You have to create, job employment. I'm also an author of the bestseller book of the year on Amazon called My Generation Reality Bites. And I state, I will never be employed in my entire life, but I want to create jobs. So after launching Candy Cash a few months ago, we have been able to get over 50,000 new customers in Kenya and a revenue of about 10,500 USD within 2 months or within 3 months of the launch. And I'm looking in the next 5 years, I want to cut across Africa, and I want to reach as many, to reach over, 200 million Africans, and also creating jobs. And it is through this that I've been able to do the philanthropic work, like I'm making some road for my people, in my community, after, after some organizations and governments. So I'm encouraging the people, or young people, or us as readers today, that the Gen Z, the millennials, we are the next Bill Gates, we are the next Mark Zuckerberg. So you guys support the digital idea that we have in Africa. And let me tell you something, technology is moving so fast.
One minute, Eliud.
I know I have like, technology is moving so fast, as maybe we have been taught by Craig, that you have this chat GPT and so many and so forth. But in Africa, let's come up with a way of supporting the innovators. Let's come up with the policies for the policymakers on how we can harness these big brains and build multi-billion-dollar company out of it. We know M-Pesa is one of the biggest idea in Africa. And I know so many of such. So I'm delighted to share my thought about innovation and technology in Africa. And thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you greatly, Eliud. If you're looking for the next big thing in Kenya, watch out for gaming sector, and Candy Crush is a way to go. May I also just mention the deal room? We may not have time to talk about it. We don't just talk about our meetings and events. Every year we report what's been achieved. Deal room is a major one, and there are projects we've curated, starting from the very small ones, maybe $100,000 thereabouts. But currently we're involved in negotiating even the big tickets. I know when we talk $10, $25 million US, it doesn't sound big, but for Africa, it's big. So again, as we say, behind the tent, we can talk more about those. Without much ado, now can we have distinguished professor from Georgia, University of Georgia?
Before the professor comes on, allow me, New York here. Dr. Chodo?
Go ahead, Rosemary.
Yes, I'll just take about a minute. I wanted to acknowledge really what Eliud Dilisho was talking about, because I have people in the audience, Vincent Okoth, who came in specifically to hear what is there for the youth. We have Honorable Ashley, who's also here online. And the youth, you had the young lady who really represents Africa, and she's in the diaspora, and she wants to do something with Kenya and Africa as a continent. Our former PS, Sam Mwale, is about to leave. Not just leaving this meeting, but going to another meeting. I told you there are about 500 events in New York. How one can spread themselves to attend all those 500, I just don't know. I mean, helping Honorable Farida to attend some of those meetings. I was literally timing her as a clock to move from one meeting to the other. I hope she can talk about that. She was on the west side. I made her go to the AU. From the AU, she was in Harlem. From Harlem, we were going to another event. I mean, I did cut her 4 pieces. But anyway, over to you, Sam.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosemary, and thank you very much, everyone. I think this has been a very stimulating conversation. I only have 2 parting words as I leave. First is that next year, we should have a list of accomplishments. So we talked about this stuff. And what is extremely important is for us, even if you've moved only one step from PowerPoint to actual registration of the company, or you've dug the foundation of something, or you've gotten your first deal, let's hear about it. Because then people will be encouraged to see that actually this is not a talk shop, we actually do things. So please, that's my first request. And the second one is, I'm so happy to meet the young people from University of Georgia, Johns Hopkins. Can we have more young people and more students being invited to these meetings? Yes. With that, Dr. Chodo and the rest of the team, please have a blessed meeting as you continue.
The next session, we'll have a couple of questions for Eliud and everybody, but over to you, Dr. Chodo.
As PS Sam leaves, we were requesting him to do for us next steps. So of course we can talk again behind the tent on that. Did you want Honorable Farida to come at this point, or should I proceed with Professor?
Yes, Honorable Farida, if she's she is here and ready with her remarks. She can go ahead. Honorable Farida, go ahead. Honorable Farida Abdallah Sood, she representing the governor of Mombasa. I mean, she's the only one who's come from the county government, and also very active in empowering the youth. We heard about the Muguka in Mombasa, just trying to rehabilitate and work with the youth to involve them. So it's really, she's a very action-oriented. She was moving from meeting to meeting. I even am told, and I hope, Honorable Farida, you can touch on that. She bumped into Melinda. I mean, she was so early at one meeting at the AU, and Melinda was speaking to her and was taking notes. So she had to rush and go to Harlem to another meeting. So she met a friend who was telling her, who saw her at the meeting, and he said, oh, Melinda was looking for you because she wanted permission to quote some of the ideas that you were giving her. You see, you don't know who you could be speaking to. There was a clip that was going around talking of Melinda, a clip that was going around on WhatsApp on Bill Gates at Times Square lining up to get a hot dog. So at the end of the day, msidhani ni mbali, ni ile 6 degrees of separation. You can talk to any of these people, and really all we are saying, we want to do things for Africa. Over to you, Honorable Farida.
Thank you, Sister Rosemary. It's an honor to be here in New York and attending all those meetings. Most of the meetings I've attended for the past 1 week. It's really an eye-opener for all of us here. And I'm hoping to attend more of such kind of engagements so that we can forge the way forward. Mine is a privilege, first of all, to address you today on behalf of the County Government of Mombasa, as we gather under the vital theme of bridging opportunities for sustainable development. This theme resonates deeply with the County of Mombasa, a strategic gateway between Africa and the world, and more specifically with the vision of fostering mutually beneficial trade relations between the United States and Africa. Mombasa is not just a city, it is a hub of connectivity, a melting pot of cultures, and a vital conduit for trade within the East African region. The port of Mombasa being one of the largest and busiest in Africa, I happen actually to be a director from 2020 to 2022. It has a capacity of containers terminal. It's one of the highest, of about 1.65 million TEUs. Is an essential asset for intra-African trade and international trade, linking Africa with markets in the Americas, Europe, and Asia, and beyond. As we aim to strengthen trade ties between the US and Africa, Mombasa is committed to positioning itself as the trade, logistics, and investment hub of choice for the region. Trade is the lifeblood of economic growth, and through sustainable development, we can ensure that trade becomes a tool not only for profit, but also for progress, social, environmental, and economic. The County Government of Mombasa fully endorses the idea that increased trade between Africa and the US can bridge gaps in opportunity by creating jobs, boosting innovation, and enhancing economic inclusivity. It is essential that trade partnerships are structured to be fair, sustainable, and driven by long-term goals. For Mombasa, this means that developing our infrastructure, deepening our trade relations, and embracing emerging opportunities such as the blue economy, renewable energy, and sustainable urban development. It also means fostering stronger collaboration between private sector players, governments, and civil society to ensure that our trade policies reflect our shared commitment to sustainability and equity. I want also to make a note that yesterday we were in a high-level meeting with the public on the PPPs by the financial partners, who includes Exim, Equity, and other stakeholders, to assist Africa in ensuring that we leverage or we realize our strategies. So they are there to help us in giving us either loans or equity so that we can be able to fund some of the counties and the national at large. So sustainability must be at the core of every trade relationship. Mombasa, as a coastal city, understands firsthand the challenges posed by climate change, environmental degradation, and the pressures on natural resources. Therefore, as we build stronger trade ties with the US, we are eager to share best practices and technologies that support climate resilience, promote sustainable agriculture, protect our marine ecosystems, and drive renewable energy adoption. Through collaboration, investment, and knowledge exchange, we can jointly develop innovative solutions that not only grow our economies, but also preserve our environment for future generations. This requires us to look beyond short-term gains and focus on building trade relationships that are resilient, adaptive, and inclusive of all stakeholders, especially our young people, who are the Gen Zs, who are the future drivers of African innovation and entrepreneurship. In conclusion, the county government of Mombasa is committed to playing an active role in advancing US-Africa trade relations. We believe that by bridging opportunity for sustainable development, we can create a more prosperous, equitable, and resilient future for both continents. We look forward to working with the US government, businesses, and investors to realize this shared vision. Let us seize this opportunity to build partnerships that go beyond borders, partnerships that reflect the values of sustainability, inclusivity, and shared prosperity. Together, we can unlock the vast potential that lies between our nations and build a legacy of growth and development that benefits all. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Much appreciated, Honorable. Allow me just to acknowledge in the House, we have Honorable Yvonne Amolo from Switzerland. We're glad in the House. We also have Career Weldon, past President, KEFUA, Federation of Associations of Kenyan Associations in France. Honorable Bunyasi Sakwa is Chairperson of Kenya Development Corporation. So without much ado, Distinguished Professor John Mativo, please keep it to 5 minutes. When I unmute, it means 2 minutes to go. Please take the floor, Professor John. If you can unmute, we'll make sure you are able to unmute. You can also open your video if you wish to. Go ahead.
Okay, now it's unmuted.
Professor John, yeah, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me in this forum. I'll take less than 5 minutes because I know there's pressure on time. I would like to acknowledge the young people. Before I do that, just the last speaker, Honorable Farida, mi nimesomea hapo Changamwe na Mombasa Baptist, kwa hivyo tuko pamoja. Okay, that was in Kiswahili. I'm just letting her know that, I come from the same place. So when I say I root for the young people, I heard what Eliud said, and I've heard what all of you said.
It's on his side.
It's his side.
Yeah.
He's in Georgia.
It's Georgia.
Professor
Storm.
There's a
storm there.
So see you come professor tukusikie.
Sorry, did we lose
No.
Maybe there's a storm.
I'm here, but there's the other group is talking. I heard them say there's a storm in Georgia. Yes.
We were saying we were not hearing you. And
okay, go ahead, Prof.
Go ahead, Prof.
Okay. So Yeah, I was beginning to state on what I do and how I see young people can benefit in this. I have 3 strands of research. One is conversion of waste heat into electricity, and this is very helpful in many places because we do have a lot of waste heat across Africa. And we can harness this. Is non-political. Nobody is going to regulate you. You can do it, especially in displaced communities and out in the country. I always think about charging a cell phone. You have to, if you're coming from real interior, you have to board a bus or a matatu to go town to get it charged and then go back. You can do that right at home because we have a toilet. A pit latrine has a lot of energy, a lot of heat to it. And the ambient temperature is a little less temperature. So once you have temperature gradient, you're able to charge your cell phone. It's a simple that can be used widely. The other item that I deal with is building of race cars. We design and build race cars, and I see the young people do this, and I give them the opportunity to do it. I trust them that they can do this. When they have questions, they ask me, but we do build Formula race cars, both internal combustion and also electric vehicle. The electrical vehicle is going to have its first competition next year in March, in June. So this can be done in Kenya. Young people in Kenya they're wonderful. As Eliud said, we've got plenty of innovators in Kenya. What they need is support, sustainable support, whether to make a startup or also to expand what they have. And I like what I've heard from each one of us is that let's stop just talking. Let's come next time and say, this is what we have done, this is where we are, and this is where we'd like to go. So that roadmap and timeline will be very, very helpful. The third strand of my research is helping developing in manufacturing, where I do work sales. And I've done this mostly with a group in Tanzania near Mount Kilimanjaro. There's a university there called Mwikau, and we have developed not only a robotics program, but also a work cell manufacturing, whereby I would like to add value for food crops. And we know when it is mango season, the prices are low. Why? Because there are plenty, everybody's selling them. But after that, we cannot keep those mangoes, so they go bad if we're not able to sell them. So how can we add value to that? Bananas is the same thing. We can dry them, we can package them, and we can either store them or sell them some other places. So my contribution to this is, yes, we have enough potential out here in the diaspora to be able to make a difference up in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Much appreciated. I wanted, before I hand it back over to you, Rosemary, maybe for Reverend Engineer Maina, if he's still there, he probably will reduce his time to 2.5 minutes so that we have the other speakers. But any Q&A, any comments or questions for those who have shared, from digital, from Craig to Honorable Rege to Professor here, maybe beginning with Dr. Malcolm, if you have a brief comment. Dr. Malcolm Beech, I know you were saying let's just act, but please unmute, take the floor. You should be able to unmute. Go ahead. Yeah, try to unmute. Should be able to.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, we're there now. I think the comments of the last speaker were really great, and that's what we have to do. We have to measure our progress. We have to be able to identify the direction that we're going in, identify the needs that we have. I will say this, though, and I don't want to offend anybody, but a lot of times we don't get what we need because we don't know how to ask for it. We don't know how to fill out the application. When we start talking about getting money for your business, well, where's the business plan? Investors and funders want to know how they're going to get their money back. It's not a charitable relationship once you start talking about business. And always in business, there's two sides, business to business. Both of them make money in a good business deal. So there's no hesitancy of somebody to get into a good business deal. Money is available. I'm trying to tell you, I know it sounds crazy. There's more money in the world than you can imagine. So getting the money is not a problem, but you have to be prepared to get the money. And that's why I said you need a business plan and show how the profits are going to go back to the investor, how the loan is going to be repaid back to the debtor or the bank, you know. But think that when we're talking about business, it sounds great. We need this, we need that. But the practical implementation of getting the money or the resources to have a successful project that will what? Generate jobs and wealth for the community. We don't do that. We're not dotting all the I's and crossing the T's. So I'm just saying, before you come up with another great idea, make sure you got a business plan. That's
Excellent. Much appreciated. I hear you loud and clear. We have a special request, Honorable Yvonne. Let's hear also from Europe, just briefly, 3 minutes. Then I hand back over to Rosemary, please.
And before Yvonne comes on, let me just say one or two things about her. We shared a platform during the CSW. She's a great speaker. She also comes from the creative world, and she has a very interesting story on how she landed where she is. A great speaker, a sister who is really ready to connect the dots and move the needle in supporting Africa, in supporting Kenya, in supporting her rural area. Karibu sana, Yvonne. Is Yvonne still around? Arnold,
Yvonne should be able to unmute. If you're able to open video, fine, Honorable.
Thank you. I'm able to unmute now, and I hope I'm able to open video. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am so sorry that I cannot stay longer. It has been very, very inspiring until now. Thank you very much for the welcome and for saying a few words about me. Yes, born and bred, made in Africa, made in Kisumu. I'm always proud to say that, although I live in Switzerland and I'm currently actually in New York for the Summit of the Future. Now, I will try and start my talk by turning it over, so I will stand it on the head. So I will give you best case examples first. Some of you are saying we should not just talk, we should do. My NGO, Global Minority Parliamentarian Caucus, what we do is we mentor the youth. I'm big on the youth. Africa and Asia has the youngest population. This is what we are looking at. So we mentor the youth. When I say we mentor the youth, we had a side event for the UN Summit of the Future, which has just ended. And we had about 75 youth coming from the Global South. When I say the Global South, I mean Africa, I mean Brazil, Asia. We had all of those because we represent the minorities. The Global Minority Parliamentary Caucus is based of members, current and former parliamentarians who are minorities. When I say minorities, I mean every Black, brown politician you know in Europe is a member of this caucus. And what they have to do is the only thing they need to do is to commit to taking at least one mentee. I personally have 10. So we teach these mentees who are the youth, we teach them public policy, we teach them politics, and we teach them human rights. Now, we invited the youth. Our side event was actually a reverse mentoring, meaning the youth were teaching us. We invited the youth and asked them to speak to us, to tell us what they think their future should look like, what they think the future should look like. So what they did is they told us what they think the future should look like and how they think they want to be leaders. Now, during this mentoring, they give us what they think, and I say I'm also one of them because I consider myself much older than the youth. We try to guide them with exactly what the former speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, maybe Malcolm, Dr. Malcolm, I'm not sure, but yes, we guide them. Exactly. We guide them to tell them, to give them the political lingo, because just like he said, one of the few things we have noticed as politicians of African descent in Europe is that when our politicians come to Europe or they come to the global north, they do not have the political lingo. They have the ask, they get onto the table, they leave with less than what they came for, because they don't have the political lingo. So we do mentoring not just for the youth, but also for politicians. And I was very proud when we started this. The first politicians I was actually able to mentor were our Kenyan politicians, 15 of them. I will not mention names, but we were able to do that. So we put them through a crash course to say, this is how you talk to the global north when you get onto the table, to make sure you leave with what you came for, at least half, if not all of it. And that is something we do. I usually say I'm an accidental politician because, just like you rightly said, yes, I'm an artist and my art got me into politics. The topic I was asked to talk about is how you can use innovative ways to get what you want. I always use my art to try and get what I want for our people, because I believe if you can't see it, then you don't believe it. Representation matters. So I use everything within art. I use my dressing sometimes is usually saying something. Recently, I was wearing a dress with very many hands on it and also bloody hands on it to represent Gaza. And everybody's always looking at me, unfortunately, from head to toe, because you have to represent. I try to make sure my inside matches my outside. I'm very African on the outside. I'm very African on the inside. I have to show both so that you're not confused when you're looking at me when I'm talking to you. Yeah. And then the other thing I would really like us to look at is America has the AI Bill of Rights. Europe has the EU IA Act. What does Africa have? We need to get together and come up with something that will help us also, show the people dealing with the cyberspace, dealing with the artificial intelligence, that we know what we're doing. Somebody said Kenya it has a lot of technology and we are good in cyber technology. Forget Mark Zuckerberg. He came to Kenya to make an hub in Kenya because he knows we have the intelligence, right? So we need to try and sit together as Africans and come up with a similar kind of Bill of Rights or an African IA Act to show that we know what we're talking about, because the tech, we have it. The intelligence, we have it, yeah? Now, one of the things I talk to the youth about is Afrofuturism. We have a lot of Kenyans, especially, who know this movement. I love Afrofuturism because it goes and deals with the past. It forces us to own our narrative. It comes to the present and tells us what are these discriminations we are dealing with and how can we make this better? And then what I love most about it, it gives hope to the young generation. That's what I love most about it. I'm always about giving hope to the young generation. So we teach them this Afrofuturist movement. So anyway, I was just coming here to tell you,
right,
using AI, we can change the world. Let's try and not make this AI train miss us. We have all the intelligence in Kenya, especially. We can do this. And the African diaspora is willing to put money into the youth. We have scholarships in this NGO I just mentioned to you. Look it up. We have scholarships for the youth. We are willing to fund this. We don't want to be a milk cow, translated from German, where you're just milking us for the funds and we don't know where it's going. We're willing to put it into money, into schools.
One minute, Honorable.
No problem. I'm just closing. So anyway, we'd like to teach the youth when they're young, catch them when they're young, because we'd like them to go back to their roots and spread their culture, spread our culture. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's powerful. And the next session is going to be for the youth. But before that, I want to hand it over to you, Rosemary. If Peter has got 2-3 minutes, then we wrap up that session on digital economy and then move to the next and maybe final session. Rosemary,
Yes,
over to you.
I really wanted to thank Honorable Yvonne. I didn't realize you're in New York, but I'm happy. Karibu sana in the Big Apple. Like I said from the beginning, we have 500 events happening. I mean, we're just crisscrossing from one end to the other. And I'm really, really grateful that you were able to spare some time and join us and just encourage the youth. Share with us some of the nuggets of the information, and they see you as a role model. To me, you are still relatively, a youth, representing youth and listening to the youth. And I want to challenge the youth that are listening, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook and even here, because we're now moving in that section of the youth where we'll have Nancy Alila giving her remarks, Dr. Elizabeth Mutisia giving her remarks, and all of you challenges and questions to novel games. I mean, one of the things that I picked up from Craig is that people spend a lot of time on TikTok, you know, laughing at cats doing this and doing that. Africans, you can come up, you can do a lot more. Let us be creative. Let us move it to the next level. I've lived, like I told you, I've lived in the US for many years. When I land in my village or in Kenya, people say, you live in the US? I said, yes. You don't have any Chuang? I said, no, I don't. And I did that purposely. You may have heard now Lupita is relearning the Kenyan accent. So for me, I never left. Over to you, Engineer Maina.
Thank you, Rosemary, and Mheshimiwa Ochodo. I don't have much to say because Yvonne, Honorable Yvonne has kind of summarized a lot of what mentioned on AI, whereby I believe Kenya should not be left behind, Africa should not be left behind. In some conversation I've been having with some of the people in government, I've been telling them even if we don't have much to copy, we can look at the UAE approach to AI. They are creating their own AI model. And it's a very simple model that they're coding almost every database they have into numbers because computers work better with numbers. And that is something that probably we can bring up more, Dr. Ochodo later on, and discuss more with the government people that, as the Engineer Lege said, they are the one really that pretty much are the hindrance. As an investor in telecommunication in Kenya for the last 20 years, from the first day we dropped our first Visa satellite link in the year 2000, we've had our share of problems. The problem has not been a source of funding. Problems have not been lack of technology. The problem has been, sorry for the civil servants who are here, I call them civil lords, because the civil servants of Kenya kind of want to sometimes behave like the colonial government we got rid of 20 years, 60 years ago, 63 years ago. And unless they understand you, even if you try to throw a book to them to tell them this is how this thing works, they will all keep throwing roadblocks after roadblocks after roadblocks. But you know what we've done? We realized, thank God, for the 2010 Constitution, and I want to encourage anybody with an idea to catch up with what Dr. Beech said, Malcolm. We can get things done going because we have something called the Constitution of 2010 and the judiciary. I've had to get the High Court twice in Kenya to pronounce itself to the government to tell them you are the problem, especially the Communication Authority. And as I'm talking here, we have orders that are not yet enforced, issued by High Court last year, and we are thinking of going for contempt. And mostly is, you have the licenses, you have everything you need, but somebody trying to lay roadblocks after roadblock after roadblock. But what we've realized also is you got to be very determined. As they said, Africa is risky for investment, but you got to be very determined because we love that continent. In spite of all these difficulties and tens of millions of dollars we've invested in Kenya, we decided we are not going to be cowed, we're not going to go backward. Actually, we're about to start rolling out from your county, Mombasa and Nairobi. We're starting rolling out our 5G. We just focus on 5G because we know, okay, Starlink is good and it's a good competitor for almost everybody we need it, but there is physics of having space platforms. You cannot be able to do better bandwidth than they are doing. But if we got to move the country to the next level of digitalization, we need to be able to give enough bandwidth to every home. Broadband got to be really broad. We're talking of gigabits every home. And we realized if we wait for government to tell us, oh, now you can come in. No, they won't. We decided to say, this is our business plan. We have a 5G rollout for 5 counties. We are beginning Mombasa and Nairobi, going up to Kisumu. And That's the way to go. You've got to say, like the freedom fighters of 60 years ago in Africa, we have to be free. We have to be free to invent. We have to be free to invest. We have to be free to change the economies of this continent. And I'm trying to say that, let me encourage all of you, you've got to be ready to hold the bull by the horn and steer it the way it is. That bull is called the governments of Africa. Well, one thing is, I'm hoping in particular—
1 minute, engineer.
Yeah, in the next 2 years or so, is to see a complete harmonization of policy, in telecommunication policy for the East African community. Right now, there are disparate organizations called national regulatory authorities. And if you're building up networks in Kenya, you know, you have so many other hoops to go and jump in Congo or in Tanzania. We need a harmonized policy so that these almost 200 million people can be served by one connectivity policy. So that's one of the aspirations I have, and hopefully we will discuss it in December at the homecoming conference, mainly with maybe some government people who make policies on telecommunication. Okay?
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Dada Rosemary, do you want at least one of the youth before I come back? I know Dr. Guel was running for another meeting. I don't know if, as we check for him, maybe one of the youths can take the floor, please.
Yes, as you check for him, allow me to introduce who's ready. I think Nancy is. Nancy has been hands-on, appeared here very early. We were carrying chairs, we were bringing in coffee. I mean, this is a PhD student here, also a president of her association at Georgia University, really a hands-on. Unajua, Marekani, it's an equalizer. Hakuna mkubwa, hakuna mdogo. Alikuwa na mwenzake Daniel Baya. So Professor Mativo, tukifika kwa Uswahilini, hapa kabisa sisi tunasaidiana. We were here mapema, na she's one of the speakers, lakini alikuwa pia na yeye tayari. Dr. Elizabeth naye ananiambia leo alikuwa ni aje drive, lakini akaona achukue mass transit. Kumbe kule pia na kuna janga. So they are all here. They've been waiting patiently to really share with you guys what their ideas are, how we can move this process. And as I asked Nancy Alila to speak, Dr. To-be, wish her all the best. I want questions. Questions for Eliud, questions for Craig, questions for the past speakers. Let's make this interactive. What antenna in you, what idea, what bulb has gone off as we were speaking today? What challenge can you give us? How do we move this process? My rallying cry is that let's move away from talk into action. Over to you, Nancy.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my name is Nancy Alida. I'm the president of the African Graduate Students Forum at the University of Georgia. I know a lot of the university administration, including Dr. Mativo, is watching us, and we are very, very grateful for the mentorship and the space to express ourselves. I'm also a PhD student in statistics. I also hold a master's of statistics. So I'm into research, but I'm so passionate about reforms. So currently, we keep talking about stories, and I'm happy that we want things that have worked. Actually, we at the University of Georgia, this is a forum that entails masters, PhD, postdoc, professors like Dr. Mativo, Pan-Africans, those who are not Africans, but they have interest in Africa, and they've been so supportive. So what have we been able to do? I can say a lot. Looking at where we come from, looking at how the government is run, we created our own organization as Africans, not Kenyans. So we are every student from Africa who is in University of Georgia is in our organization. We have a constitution. We are recognized by the University of Georgia, so we operate legally. So we ensure that we bring more of experiences to our members. whom do we engage with? We engage with the state government, and I can give an example. When the president of Kenya, Dr. Ruto, came to the United States, we were contacted to go and engage him on the global platform. So that means we are doing something exemption. And we are African students. And you know, when they call African students to come into the US, guess which type of students they pick? The best of the best, right? So we are the creme de la creme of Africa. And what are we asking for? Why are we here? We are asking, are you engaging us in terms of reforms? Are you guys coming? We are having the skills. We are PhD students. We are doing research, incredible research for US. We are gaining the skills. Can we not take it back to Africa? That is the big question. When you're forming all these institutions and we keep complaining about Africa, the governance and everything, are they backed on research? Is there space for research? And what I'm really here to advocate for, we are having our organization at the University of Georgia. Can other universities embrace it? Because the numbers speak. Numbers speak louder, not just one student. And it takes time, and you have to be intentional on mobilizing the African graduate students to come together and even form a constitution. So we are asking even the student leaders who are here, we are ready to partner, but let us be intentional on reaching out. And we are asking all of you, help this institution. Like, for example, for us, we are funded by the university. It's not enough. We need funding, we need grants, and that strengthens our voices whenever we are. So when we are as African graduate students together, you have a leeway or you have a platform on where to approach people. Because if you go to an institution and there is no organization, whom will you contact? How will our African governments contact us? How will African Union reach us? So that is what we are bringing on the table. And another thing is, as Africa right now is the most beautiful girl in the continent, it's also having the most beautiful brains in the continent.
Yeah.
And the brains sit within the universities here. So as we improve US, we appreciate their input into our lives. We also want to go back to Africa. And we are asking the government, engages, we are asking the corporations, we have the skills, mentor us, come to us, consult with us. You're going to consult with other people, yet we are here, and the ones doing research here. We are the big deal. So we're just asking for the space, mentorship, and to my professor, Dr. Mativo, thank you so much for the mentorship, and thank you so much. He also makes cars. He didn't mention that, and the cars keep running and making a lot of noise at the university. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, much appreciated. And Adea, thanks for taking good care of us while in Georgia about a month ago. At this point, I want to request Rosemary, we combine the two sessions that are left. I think we have three speakers. We have Honorable Bunyasi, we have Honorable Keith Brown in Kampala at the moment, Minister of Mining, who had lost network, and we have Solomon Onunga. We want to be as inclusive as possible. So if it's acceptable, I want to invite Honorable Dr. Bunyasi Sakwa, Kenya, Chairperson of Kenya Development Corporation. If you are able to, you should be able to unmute as well as open your video. You've been given the permissions, please take the floor.
Can I say something before?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as we were just talking, we've always been engaging with the Senator Ossoff, is the senator for Georgia. So it's just in good timing that we've been going back and forth because we are trying to bridge the gap, bring them into the university, meet the African graduate students. So I'm getting an email that our staff will really be interested in sitting down with you and your colleagues to hear concerns and more related to US policies in Africa. Would you and your group of colleagues be interested in doing a virtual roundtable with us sometimes during this week of October 14 or the week of 29?
Much appreciated. Madam President, you know, next, if all things had gone as planned, next week we are to have a mission visit to Georgia. we'll take that together with, we know Atlanta is the headquarters of CDC for health. I don't know if Dr. Elizabeth isn't in the house.
I'm here. Yes.
All right. Well, over to you. Before then, we bring on board Dr. Honorable Sakwa.
Yes. So does Elizabeth go? Can Elizabeth go?
I think Elizabeth.
Yes. Go ahead, Dr. Elizabeth.
Matisia. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Matisia. I'm a neurosurgeon. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'm Elizabeth Matisia. I was born in Nairobi. Sorry. I was born in Nairobi, spent most of my childhood there, and then moved to the US where I had my education. I am a neurosurgeon by training. I've worked in the pharmaceutical industry for much of my career. And one of the things that I'm focused on right now is building a true pharmaceutical industry in Kenya that will service the African continent and focus on them. And nothing solidified that more than the COVID pandemic, where at the end of the day, Africa was left on the backseat. Every company focused on their home country first, and we got whatever was left over that no one else wanted. And so I really want to change that. But before I move forward, I did want to thank Rosemary and Dr. Ochuambo. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing. Yes.
Just call me Shem is good enough.
Sorry, Shem. For organizing this. This has been incredibly inspiring to hear how everyone is focused on the same thing. We talked a lot about remittances. I also would like to add that it's just as important in investing and building our own industries in many ways will solve many of our problems. It will give our young people who are interested in going home, rather than becoming part of the brain drain, an opportunity to contribute. It will give school people in school, in college, in secondary school, an opportunity to see what they can do and what they can be capable of. It will be very helpful in development. Obviously, AI and technology is important. I think another important area to focus on is healthcare. If we do not have our health, we can't work, we can't live, we can't enjoy many of the things that we want. So I think healthcare in many ways is central to what we need to do and would be among the areas that I would encourage us to focus on.
Thank you.
Magnificent, greatly appreciated. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ari. Again, Dr. Ogwell, who was formerly Deputy CEO of Africa CDC, now with the UN Foundation, has dropped his presentation in the wall, we'll share. Dr. Bunyasi, if you are able to unmute Kenya Development Corporation, please. If not, before we conclude with Honorable Keith, I want to invite Solomon. Solomon leads a disability forum, and I thought it's only better we bring him in the middle. Dr. Bunyasi, Honorable Bunyasi, if you are there, are you able to unmute, or if you have any difficulties? Meanwhile, if you're able to unmute, Solomon, take the floor, please. 3 minutes, so that we catch up with time. I'm alive to the fact that you'd already introduced and had your turn a little bit. Solomon, are you there? If you're able to unmute.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, go ahead.
How are you? How are you, Dr. Shem?
Fine. Is that Solomon?
Yes, this is me speaking.
Okay, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. and the rest who are there with you. In fact, I'm very much happy to have even listened to this conversation for the last three hours or so. Now, guys, my name's Solomon Onunga, as you have heard about it. I'm the one representing people with disability in Kajiado County. And then again, I have an organization called Kajiado Disability Inclusion Forum. I think you've seen it there. Our website is www.cardifkenya.org. Cardiff is stand for Kajiado Disability Inclusion Forum Kenya.org. I'm the executive director. Well, we thought of how we can as well talk about the inclusivity. It is on how we can mainstream disability in all areas, whereby if you happen to be a person with disability, what can you do and what can an able person also do for you? And that is also a part of our constitution. That is the Kenyan constitution that was promulgated in 2010. Not only that, there is a convention, the UN Convention for the Rights of People with Disability. There is a chapter which states very well that people with disabilities, they represent a certain number that also do promote investment, education, and even sustainable development. So we are part and parcel of this economic development as well as social justice. And that is what our organization is all doing here in Kenya, especially in Kajiado County. So I was so much appalled and happy to have been included, because since our organization is also promoting inclusion, and being a disability does not mean you cannot do anything. We also do businesses. I'm also a person who is also doing businesses with the government. I registered a company called Sonunga Trading Services from my name, Solomon Onunga Trading Services, in 2014. I've been doing what we call general supplies, whereby I do make what we call paper products, that is envelopes, book covers, and also carrier bags out of papers, brown papers. Not only that, our other members of my organizations are doing all their individual businesses. And that is why we admire to partner with KDA, so that we could learn some things when it comes to some of their programs dealing with investments. Last year, when we had what we call a homecoming party, the KDA homecoming party, I represented the organization as well. And I saw literally what the members and also other stakeholders were doing. We were part and parcel of that, and I learned a lot. Right now, we are coming up with an industry proposal whereby we want to be making some items out of other items, that is basket making. And this is what women with disabilities as well as caregivers are intending to do. We would want to make sure that these people can do something, not even relying on handouts, because we do not want to be fed, but we have the ability to do something. We would want to also partner with KDA as well as AfDA and other stakeholders, so that this investment or any trade that comes with manufacturing, how can we improve on manufacturing of other local items that can get market outside? Like right now, you are outside Kenya, far away from Africa. And now what we are promoting is to make sure that people with disabilities products can also be marketed outside there. So this is what we want the investors. Yes. Okay, thank you, Dr. This is what we want our products to also get markets outside. And therefore, I really appreciate for this conversation that is really making each and every stakeholder to take part. I'm going to be part and parcel of each and every program that you are going to do. I'm sorry I didn't make it. I was supposed to have been with you, courtesy of Dr. Shem, who sent me a letter of invitation. Thank you very much. But it came at a short notice. Now I couldn't get a visa to United States. Therefore, next time I will be part and parcel of each and every program that you are doing. Otherwise, I'm very much grateful and appreciative for including me, and I will be part and parcel of each and every convention or conferences that is ahead. Thank you very much, and I love you guys. May God bless you.
Amen. Thank you
Data
so
about
much.
what he's saying.
Now that,
I have some data
now
about what
that,
he's saying, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Can I-
yes, go ahead.
A very
Sure.
quick rejoin.
Really quick.
A very quick rejoin.
Really quick. I love what you were saying because that is exactly what I want to be able to do is open the market for these handmade goods. And in my research, I found that the global market for ethically sourced handmade goods is valued at over 2.8 billion US dollars, with a growth expected at 12% annually as consumers increasingly seek out sustainable and ethically produced products. And then also, shoot, where is it? I had it. Sorry. I had the data. Oh, here it is. And the global handicrafts market is projected to reach $2.39 trillion by 2032. And this demand for ethically sourced handmade goods is rapidly expanding. And then also for African artisanal goods, there are a significant and growing portion of the global market. If these products represent 15 to 20% of the total market, the serviceable available market would be valued around $360 to $480 billion. The appeal of African products is increasing, driven by a rising interest in cultural craftsmanship, sustainable sourcing, and fair trade practices. So even if Align with Africa captures 2.2 to 5% of the US fair trade market for African artisanal products in the short term, this niche market, valued at approximately $7 to $12 billion, will be targeted through e-commerce and figuring out how to open the global market, not just to the diaspora, but also within the continent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because even those who make beautiful baskets in Lokichar, it's hard to get their baskets to Nairobi.
Yeah.
So I want to work with partners, especially partners on the ground, to figure out how we can get areas of, I'm already working with local foundations to figure out how we can get production zones in these very, very rural places to bring it here. And I want to, this is the best part, I want this to be authentic storytelling. I want to hire and train local youth in storytelling through content creation.
Yeah.
So there's a Meet the Makers platform. So this will let them set the narrative about these cultural products. They'll probably be telling the stories of their aunties, their grandmothers, how this was passed down. And it's going away because they're saying this is not economically viable. Let's make this economically viable and train them on how to price for different markets so that they're not pricing it too far below market. I want to make sure this is something that can be a viable business and make economic opportunities in the rural villages. And just as you were saying about the people who've moved away from their villages and gotten that education, I want them to be able to have opportunities to come back to lead the development, whether it be green sustainable, because this is blank slate. There's no infrastructure to adapt. There's no economic opportunities. Let's make that happen. And also, even with the university students on the continent, I'm partnering with universities there for the Transform Africa Fellowship to work side by side with my leadership on the ground on how we engage with communities to co-create solutions and drive forward innovations that are already there. And after 6 months, I will hire them to be the leadership. I don't need program officers here. No. I need my leadership on the ground. And Dora said, Ria, please do not let me sit behind the desk. Because these are educated people working for USAID for decades. And they said,
wow,
I want to be in my community. I want to lead. I said, I'll be behind the desk. You be in your communities. You train the next generation of facilitators, of project managers. So I was going to go to another meeting,
wow,
but I thought this would be where the investors would be, because you all will want to invest.
And you came in
the
early.
future.
Rosemary,
Yes.
might that have been Ria?
Yes.
Ria, yeah.
Was that Ria? Who's that?
Ria.
Yes. Yeah. I'm
Wow,
I'm
fantastic.
adopted Kenyan.
I've heard amazing stuff of what you're doing. Again, we'll talk behind the tent. At this point, I want to invite Dr. Bunyasi Honorable, KDC, if you can unmute. If you can also open your video, or Honorable Keith, whoever of you is ready. We want to conclude, please. Take a few QA before we close. Honorable
Okay.
Keith? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Greetings, members of state, ministers, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. For the sake of time, I'll be brief. My sincere apologies for earlier. I was having network problems at the time. So my name is Keith Brown. I'm based in Kenya. I'm the Minister of Mines and Minerals for the state of the African Diaspora, known as SOAD. and it's a pleasure being here this evening. So please allow me to explain who SOAD is, because I don't think that there's enough knowledge about the state of the African diaspora. SOAD is a Pan-African government, as mandated in 2014 by the African Union, a state without borders that connects Africa to the diaspora, and the diaspora to Africa was created to bring substance to the sixth region representing the diaspora. SOAD is a government with a constitution, ambassadors, a judicial branch, and a parliament with members all over in every region of the world. SOAD's Prime Minister, Dr. Louis George Ten, has pioneered the way toward the restitution of our African artifacts. The campaign has resulted in artifacts returned to Senegal, Benin, and the DRC. We also have cooperative agreements with organizations toward the establishment of an African bullion bank backed by gold. Also, the leadership of SOAD are honorary ambassadors of the UNASDG, which is the United Nations Alliance for Sustainable Development Goals. And they have direct influence to the funding sources necessary for national development in Africa. Additionally, with our partners, we are creating the West African Commodity Exchange, and we're also in the process of launching a Chamber of Commerce with partners in Benin, Morocco, Nigeria, Congo, Denmark, United States, India, and Dubai, just to name a few. This initiative will stimulate trade and business on the African continent and in the African diaspora. Currently, we have diplomatic missions in Malta, Canada, Trinidad, and Tobago. Also, we are proud to announce that we have launched the SOAD TV channel to aid in unifying the diaspora with the continent of Africa, providing programming that will strengthen the flow of communication between Africa and the diaspora in areas of technology development, employment, investment, commerce, business development, infrastructure, and culture. You know, I must admit, I have the pleasure of saying that as we come together in this forum, united, coming together in cooperative partnership, when we as a unified force finally act, we will together change and elevate the socioeconomic status of the Africa continent. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Wow, fantastic. And of course, I know when Honorable Keith talks about Africa continent, it just doesn't mean the physical Africa continent. It means also her children, wherever they are worldwide. Thank you so much, Honorable Keith. I'm hoping that Honorable Bunyasi is now able to unmute. If not, Arnold, you can help as we take Q&A.
Yeah, can we get Professor Raul? He was waiting here to make comments, and I challenged him. Is Bunyasi ready? If he's not, then we have Professor Raul here to make a quick comment. And my challenge is to the youth. You heard what Dr. Malcolm Beech said, you know, come up with a business plan, come up with an idea, come ready, the money is there. But you must be prepared to earn the trust and the confidence of the partner that you're looking for. There is a street, I believe, in San Francisco called Sandy Hill Road. Yes, Sandy Hill Road. You can go there with a good proposal, meet billionaires, but you must convince them. There you go. Over to you.
Okay, well, this is a story for the youth because I was an immigrant from Mexico, came over as a child here, but unfortunately, my family, my parents took me to Mexico all the time to the villages where we were from and maintain that vision. And so what we're doing now, which is what we're doing together with KDA, this Contigo project that we're just launching with Equity Bank, it's at one level, it's a global operation, but it's really meant to solve the issue as a child that we were concerned with, which was the village. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. In fact, we started our vision of this technology in a way that it can be scaled from the village all the way up to the global capital markets and figuring out the ways in which the money can flow down. But what's critically important, and I just, you're already doing it, but the business models, make sure your business model does have that connection directly with the community, and how can you also analyze it? I'm a professor at UCLA, and by the way, we're #1 university. You saw that in UCLA. Go Bruins. And by the way, this is Joel, who graduated also from University of California with me. And what we're doing is actually working now with KDA to make this platform of Contigo, which means with you in Spanish, right? How do we make that? And we're doing it from all over the world. We're doing it throughout Latin America and now launching in Africa, and also with Mohammed Yunus. We've been working for 20 years. And we're working with the Maori peoples of the Pacific. So this is a global, indigenous rooted, where it has to connect to the indigenous communities. It has to directly affect the empowerment capability. When we started, this didn't exist, okay? Our addictions didn't exist on this, but let's turn the addiction into something really positive. We can get down to the village level, down to and with true financial inclusion at the village level. I don't believe this nonsense that we need to give them financial education, right? This notion that we're going to give financial education. Poor people can teach rich people how to save money and how to invest and how to do business models, because it's called survival, right? So the real issue is how do we empower survival? So I'm going to leave it with Rosemary, because and by the way, all of this, we only met a year ago. So this has been a 1-year process. We committed that we were going to do this. We took a model that works in Mexico and Bangladesh, and we found the right partners, starting with the Maasai, and then here. And it's Mike. I love this. Thank you very much. I knew I was going to be impressed. I mean, I saw from last year what we're doing now, the level of communication, and you young people here, yes, come to UCLA, okay, to get your PhDs. Over there, because we need that. We need the African diaspora energy. All right, it's truly, people talk, oh, the Mexicans, no, they don't understand what you guys understand. Believe me, you are at a really sophisticated level. Go. Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. We have Dr. Bunyasi now online. Honorable, we can see you, we can hear you. Say hello, do voice test.
Hello, everybody. I've been following this, but I was not admitted yet on the floor. I think this is fantastic presentations, and I love the enthusiasm. I am from the Kenya Development Corporation in Kenya. I'm the chairman. And our mandate here is essentially to be the government anchor, institutional anchor for the crowding in of foreign direct investment. And increasingly, we also are now looking at DDI, the domestic direct investment as well. Let's say the investment space altogether, by way of coordination, by way of picking up information, disseminating it, but not controlling and managing the actual physical flows and entry. There are other institutions that are collaborating, but we are also, as a quasi-banking institution, looking into the space on green financing. And we are in advanced stage of starting a green financing bank. And we're doing mobilization. I think we have loose commitments of about $160 million. But we're hoping to push this up significantly before we can open its doors, as it were. That should happen in the new year. So I'm sorry I heard everything you said, but I was not able to comment or participate. And I'm looking forward to further collaboration going forward. I'll work with the chairman, Shem Ochodo, and he will give me help me navigate through this so that we are available also to learn from and share what it is that we are doing quantitatively. Thank you very much.
Maybe Sister Rosemary has a handover. Honorable Bunyasi was until recently the chairman of Vision 2030, for those who know that vision, which former PS Sam Wale was with us earlier on, was one of the architects of. KDC is a new government body that brings together what was formerly, for the Kenyans in the House, Industrial Corporation, ICDC, together with the Industrial Development Bank, and I think the Kenya Tourism Fund, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a conglomeration of three of those big institutions. Meaning, if you're talking of development in Kenya, the person to talk to is Bunyasi Sakwa. Maybe as I hand over, Rosemary, Sister Carol, I know from also Atlanta, has been in green energy, has been trying to join, but I've also seen Toyin Modley, probably from the Caribbean, and I've also seen One Map from Ghana. If there's opportunity, I think maybe the next 10 minutes we could spend sharing Q&A, and also if Samali could pick 2 or 3 comments from the chat. Over to you, Madam Moderator, Rosemary.
Yes, somebody asked me, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
I can see a question there asking about Sandy Hill. It's called Sandy Hill Road.
Sand
Hill. Sand Hill Road. Yeah, I did go there. A friend of mine who was teaching at Stanford took me there. So it's a Sand Hill Road. It's in San Francisco, right?
No, it's in Palo Alto.
It's Palo Alto, yeah.
I live, that's where I live.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I taught at Stanford.
The Californians in the house. No.
And while on that, Raul is talking of UCLA. You don't do that when UCB is also in the house, huh? With a light touch.
Yeah, but I really wanted, yes, it's Sand Hill Road in Palo Alto. We were coming in from Stanford. But I just wanted to also thank our Honorable Bunyasi Sakwa for his eloquence and great ideas and the many hats that he wears. I also wanted to say that we are all from Busia, Kenya, and in his past life, he was a senior official at the World Bank. He lived many, many years in Washington, D.C., moved to Vienna, advised African government, so he has it all. So if you're looking at what Dr. Beech, Malcolm Beech was saying, young people, seize the opportunity. Go to these wazees, both ladies and gentlemen, with great ideas. Convince them. Talk to them like you're talking to Shark Tank, you know? How can you convince them with your $1 million idea for them to fund it? Whether it's in Kenya, but particularly in Kenya, this is what we're pushing for, or the continent, really. I lived, working with the UN for many years. I worked in humanitarian crisis. So I lived in all these West African countries. I was in Mali, I was in Niger, I was in Guinea at the time of Ebola. I was in Liberia during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we call it 1 and 2, Ma Ellen, so I've seen it all. So all I'm saying is that there's so much potential. I mean, Liberia, I can tell you it rains from May to November. So you can literally, for somebody like me from Lake Victoria, I love fish, and you should all be eating fish because it's omega. And you literally can pick it, plenty. Alafu nimekuzwa Mombasa, karibu na bahari. So ukija bwana, samaki mimi ndio middle name. All I'm saying is that I want to challenge all of you. Seize the opportunity. This is a teeny tiny conversation we have to hear. But we can grow it. Look at what Engineer Maina was talking about, other than blessing us, both Reverend Maina and Reverend Dillon. There is so much that we can harness, and even over all these obstacles by government, we can go over that. We need to convince them, and we live in the, I want to say greatest country in terms of expression. So anybody with questions, I can see vijana hapa, kama mna maswali, Nancy and your team, yeyote mwenye swali wakati huu, Daniel, nimekupatia challenge ndugu yangu, tunatoka Kilifi pamoja. Dr. Maya incoming.
Okay, I have one question.
Go ahead.
And this question is about the workforce, especially the youth. We train them and then they have nowhere to go. So using the organizations that we have, the global partners that we have, how do we incorporate them into the system so that they have channels where they can go in and, without going into the streets, demonstrating that we need jobs, the government does not look at us, things like that. How do we bring them on board? That is my big headache right now.
On demonstration, they have a right to express themselves, but let us harness that energy and really make it into a productive thing. I want to pass on the mic to the next person, but I'll also say, with Honorable Farida, actually, the first meeting we attended was on Sunday. We just found ourselves there. It was called Youth Restless. And one of the things that came up is that we are preaching to the choir. Bring donors in to the conversation. Let them be part of the process so that they understand your ideas. And also, there was a young girl, I think of 16 years. She is in high school in Moldova. She came up with an idea. She was writing everywhere, left, right, and center. I could see her like a Masita Rose. But come up with a good idea. Then one time she's looking at her phone, she's gotten $24,000, dollars. She almost collapsed because she didn't know where this money came from. But one of the board members said, I heard you speaking somewhere, and it was a great idea. Mimi na wa challenge ndugu zangu, ambao mko kwenye Zoom na hapa. Come up with a good idea. Sisi, unajua tunaanza kupass the baton, kuwapatia nafasi.
Right.
Now, Honorable Farida,
I just wanted to
akimaliza alafu wewe.
Okay. Mine, I just wanted, to respond to your question, because I'm actually in recruitment as well. I am, chair of public service boards.
Right.
The mandate is actually recruitment. Most of the youth, in fact, I want to echo what Sister Una kazi, kwa sababu, not even kazi, because you see how many are we talking about? How many youth can we afford to hire? Cannot hire a lot of them. So ideally what we are saying is look for other innovative ways to make a living. It's not that every time you want to be hired. What you do, like there are a lot of donors. In fact, the meetings we've been attending is all about donors, about people who want to help. Come up with ideas as a group. Come up like 10 of you, 20 people, and then you go get the funding. Because the issue is what the youth was saying is like there's no trust. That's why you cannot get funding. But at the end of the day, in fact, we want to change that narrative that even you guys can do something for betterment of the countries. So what you do is not like the 100,000 jobs created cannot fit all the Gen Zs of this world. So let's look for other ways of doing it. The businesses, like what she was saying, we need to like collaborate and get other people, other partners and all that. Let's come to us as well. So like you can even come to do internship and then you come up with an idea or a concept that will actually make you get that money. So let's look at innovative ways of how to do this. Thank you.
Farida, I have just a question for you. Short.
For me, okay.
So when you talk about that, they come up with ideas. We can't wait for these youths. I think I'm even loud enough. I think we can't wait for the youths until they graduate. We're incorporating them into the system too late. And then when they start trying so many things, they're already at a point whereby they want to start their lives. I don't know if we can have a way that when you look at the American system, these kids at high school, they've started like engaging in different things, identifying the areas of expertise. Even if they mess up, they still have enough time to recover. Is there a way that when they're still young, incorporate them into so many things so that they start identifying, even at high school level? That is the age whereby, and I know Daniel is working with this. I think it is at 12th grade, even 9th grade. They've started being
hold it there. Before Honorable Farida answers, because coming from Mombasa County government, We have in the House somebody who just signed an MOU with Mombasa County government on charging EVs, the electric vehicles. Janelle, but before Janelle comes in, Brother Moodley, please take the floor. You've been so patient. Apologies. You are able to unmute at your leisure. Go ahead, try to unmute.
Tyrone, we can't hear you.
Got it.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
now you are unmuted.
I said Jambo. I'm actually from Zimbabwe and I've worked in Nairobi before. So
oh, so I can say Tatenda.
Yeah, Tatenda. So my mother is Zambian and my father is South African. So I've got citizenship in all three countries. I went to school in Texas and I currently live in Toronto. I've been working in the financial district in Canada for almost 10 years, building hedging software in banking and insurance. And I'm working on a fintech that bridges traditional finance with the decentralized finance. So we're trying to get access to the $1 trillion that exists in the Bitcoin market. We're setting up, we have microfinance licenses in Zambia, Zimbabwe, and crypto licenses in South Africa. We are listing soon on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange, the Cape Town Stock Exchange, and the Lusaka Stock Exchange. We're in discussion right now with government officials to get our token, which is linked to the stock, onto the stock exchange and used as legal tender. Our stable coin is the Afro Gold Dollar, so you can purchase our stock and we'll lend you money back in Afro Gold Dollar. We've partnered with Dandelion Blockchain, which is a layer 1 blockchain. So we're looking at taking our core technology right on the app. You'll be able to use it like Telegram. So think of Telegram, but for Africa, called Ndepi. Ndepi in Shona means what's up. So if you go to someone in Zimbabwe and you fist bump them and you're saying Ndepi Shamari, that means what's up, my friend. So we are we're going to have the Afro Gold Dollar as the stable coin, and our utility token will be the stock that's inside the app. And yeah, so that's what we're building. We're doing a pre-token sale right now. So if anybody is interested in investing, each token right now is valued at $795 a token. And you know, what if this is your Bitcoin moment, right? Remember, we're only going to have 21 million coins, just like Bitcoin. And we're creating a lot of utility. We're in discussions with grocery stores in Zimbabwe, gas stations. We'll be able to accept our tokens as payments. And we partner with remittance companies. So if you want to get that back as fiat, we can give it to you back as fiat. So yeah, we were looking for partners. We're looking for ambassadors. And yeah, ndap.com. Look out for us. We're launching soon. So thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Much appreciated. We share lots of things in common: tech, mining. My spouse, JD, who happens to be in the house, is the one who represents the family in mining as a artisanal miner for gold, I should say. But of course, Honorable Keith would have talked about critical minerals, coltan, cobalt, nickel, and all that you find in a number of these countries: Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and all. But maybe another time we'll talk about even how do we utilize those resources underground without taking them out through the bullion bank of sorts. But we'll have that conversation on the side. I'm sure you may have heard of the Lumi currency, which is also digital and crypto, but a story for another day. Just type your contacts on the chat space and we continue with this conversation. At this point, Madam Carol Journal, if you are able to unmute, let's enable you to unmute and start your video if you're able to. It was nice to meet in Atlanta.
Oh,
tell us a bit about the green energy. Go ahead, Janelle.
Okay. So we are so excited about the opportunity to work with Mombasa County. We also have a wonderful partner in this program by the name of Toop Toop Operators Network, which is headed by Mr. Vincent Ware. And we have, it's a dynamic experience. We're throwing away the gas tanks. We're throwing away the expensive gas, which is causing real hardship in small businesses, well, small business operators, in terms of tuk-tuks and boda-bodas. Those who know what a tuk-tuk and boda-boda is, it's a two-wheeled vehicle, which is a motorcycle in Kenya, and primarily through the, I'm in the developed country, United States, but, the developing countries, they use a lot of motorcycles to move things around. Okay, so it's very difficult for these wonderful people to make any income when gasoline prices are so high. I mean, I did the numbers at the time I was there, was about $5 plus per gallon. And how can a person that's making money per day make anything from that? And then the tuk-tuks, it's usually, you see a lot of tourism utilizing that. So they're in need of a green energy infrastructure to even help that, because, Kenya Power is just unable to meet those needs. And so think about it. We're able to create, we don't have to go to far out Saudi Arabia or any weird oil, organizing country, or we don't have to do all that infrastructure. The infrastructure is the sun and Mombasa. That's it. We get the fuel from the sun, and it generates electricity via the EV charger. Plug it into the electrical vehicle, which is now the tuk-tuk and the boda-bodas, and they have reduced costs. And moving forward, there's no more pollution. 45% of the pollution that's caused, air pollution is caused by Mombasa, comes from this gasoline powered vehicles and diesel powered vehicles. So they want to turn everything into a EV charger oasis. And that's very doable with the power of the sun. So that's where we're at. Green energy is the energy of the future, and the future is now. And that's what we're doing.
Fantastic. Okay, we've already made some strides with STU, and Somali's in their house. I'm sure behind the tent, more will be happening. So we're going beyond talk to delivering. So at this point, with permission of Sister Rosemary, before I start talking about Shuda, I went to school in Mombasa, but that's a story for another day. I want to open the floor for anybody with a comment or question to ask. We'll shortly be concluding. Maybe as we do that, also Cesarina, maybe just to take one chat from the space, Dr. Ahmed Ogwell did leave. If you are able to read it for us, Cesarina, you can self-unmute and read it for us if you're able to. Please. And please, we want to open the floor. If anybody just carry your hand up, you want to ask a question and you are online. Otherwise, I'll ask one or two people to make brief comments, then we bring the meeting to an end. Of course, the co-president of Africa Diaspora Alliance has been very patient despite being indisposed. But One Map Africa, are you able to unmute now from Ghana and South Africa, I guess? One Map, try to unmute. Or anyone who wants to take the floor, I'll count 3, then we move on. For those who haven't spoken particularly, if anyone wants to say something.
I just wanted to update. So our
just
company,
1 minute, yes.
Yeah, 1 minute. So our company is backed by Bitcoin, gold, and copper powder, right?
Excellent. We look forward to hearing more. Actually, we'll be having sessions on different agenda. Maybe I can take opportunity to announce that on the 20th of October, we've invited about 20, what we consider AfDA considers credible African diaspora organizations into a meeting just to share what we are each doing. And if somebody can type our email address in the chat space, we can be given more information of more organizations and just see how do we rally together. We may not be able to get everybody on board, but those who are like-minded, please. But one map Africa, are you able to unmute or do you have a problem? Or anybody who wants to say a word?
And for those who'd like a copy of the discussion on the Zoom and what went on, please do send an email to KDA so that they can keep track on who's interested, in terms of getting the information and picking up some of the ideas. Dr. Chodo, over to you.
Thank you, Cyril. Maybe on behalf of the rest of the colleagues, nobody seems to want to carry up their hand. We would have given them, actually, you're free to unmute. It's now opened. If you want to unmute, ask a question. Otherwise, go ahead, Cyril.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. It's been awesome evening. Discussions have been very fertile. We've touched on so many key subjects, and some are very, very close to me, like agriculture, for example. I think we need a whole session on that, because we know that that's one of the basic staple industry that's going to solve a lot of our economic problems, especially with the youth. There's so many rich value chains that have been developed in Kenya, which have been destroyed over the years due to a diminished environment for agriculture, lack of policy commitment, and of course, globalization basically gave African agriculture the first nail in its coffin. So we need to look at how to put our basic industries back in place. We've got agriculture, we've got manufacturing, we now have the extractive sector coming on board. This is the solution to our youth employment. I've been working in South Sudan for some time, and we've been doing capacity building programs, hoping to implement those programs. You look around South Sudan, really, it's fine talking to the executives there. They're very bright and learned fellows, but the gap in the middle, there's no youth. The youth have all been shipped out. Either they've not been to school and they remain in the village, or they've gone to other countries as refugees. And it hurts me when I return to my country, Kenya, to see our youth being shipped out as a solution. That is no solution. That is no sustainable solution for a country, shipping your youth out as human cargo to other countries. So, I think these are very, very touching and sensitive matters that we need to look at and address, and really talk to our policymakers and politicians who are looking for short-term solutions for employment. It is not the way forward. So tonight, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to listen, and thank you for the opportunity.
Much appreciated. As we conclude, before I invite Rosemary and Dr. Malcolm, Cesarina, just from the chat space, read for us the message from Dr. Ogwell. You should be able to unmute now. If you're not unmuted, Serena, unmute.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. So I'm going to read Dr. Ahmed Ogwell's comments. He says, my apologies. UNGA schedule is rather hectic and I have to leave now. The two issues I wanted to share regarding opportunities that can be considered in the health space, among others, are number one, diagnostics. Today we do about 170 million rapid tests for HIV, yet we do not manufacture any in Africa. The market is large and the incentive is there, since large buyers like African governments and PEPFAR are keen to purchase locally produced health products. So manufacturing, particularly of rapid diagnostics, relatively simple process, is a real opportunity. Then number two, indigenous knowledge or stroke medicine, particularly in the prevention of disease, is largely untapped. How do we harness that knowledge to benefit our growing population? The real opportunities are present and require researchers, traditional healers, and entrepreneurs to work together to bring local knowledge to benefit health. And just a little comment on that. There was a news piece on how Kenyans going through cancer are actually going into indigenous medicine, because we do have the medicines that can heal cancer. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Much appreciated. For the health sector, we will be putting a WhatsApp group for Africa diaspora health experts who are keen in that space. Equally, for those who may be interested in a project we didn't have time to talk about, maybe for another day, We Do, that matches diaspora remittances with business grants to support enterprises in Africa. We'll also put links for further conversation. At this point, final remarks, Dr. Malcolm, before I hand over to co-moderator.
No, I think it's been a fantastic gathering, a lot of great ideas. Hopefully we'll be able to implement some of them as we get more organized and focused on our goals and objectives. But I want to thank everybody for participating today. Back to you, Chair.
Hey, Dada Rosemary, do you want to go first? Then I make my final one. I'm trying to type something in the chat space.
Yes.
Rosemary.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, I just want to thank the group that showed up here in New York. They could have gone elsewhere. Like I said, 500 events, but they chose this one and really helped out. Everybody hands on. And it's really been interesting. I have also learned a lot just listening to the discussions that were going on. Honorable Farida, I think you are extremely happy with what happened. We've attended numerous events and Stockholm, Africa, the Summit of the Future, and many more activities. I think you're attending the ARDN tomorrow and others. So I want to thank this group that was here and those who joined us on Zoom and stayed on. We don't take that for granted. You could have been elsewhere, and this is late in Kenya, but you stayed on. We were given by Kiribati Mission, thanks to them, £1 million to, until 250. That person canceled. I think it was our prayers. Now another one has come on board, and we're just grateful. Another meeting should be starting shortly at 5 p.m. So I want to appreciate each one of you. Thank you, thank you. Network, network, network. When we meet again, it will be action. Over to you, Dr. Chodo, as we bow out.
Thank you very much, Sister Rosemary, and everyone, the committee, Bob, Cesarina, Samali, Tech, Arnold. I know behind the scene lots is happening, and everybody else, Nancy, Daniel, Professor Mativo, Jerry, who will be praying for us and tolerating as we close and tolerating all that it takes to get where we are, Dr. Malcolm, and everybody else. We may not recognize you by name. Even those who didn't spoke, the executive board members, Ken Aim of AfDA, CPA Bikuri, and everybody else. Let this conversation continue. Between now to December, please, we look forward to seeing you in Nairobi, as all roads lead now to Nairobi in December, and all roads lead to Barbados in October next year. God bless you. Madam Jedi, if you can put this in a word of prayer for us. Be blessed. So we're closing with a word of prayer now.
You live in Southern California?
If you can stand, it's fine. You can get up. Madam Jedi, I'll also stand
Okay,
up as
let's
well.
pray. We're praying. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you once again. Lord, we want to thank you for giving us a good evening. We want to thank you for guiding and leading the meeting. Lord, we ask that you help us to actualize some, if not all, the ideas that have come here. Bless each and every single person that has been represented here. And even as we continue with all these things, Lord, we ask that you be with us, because we pray in Jesus' name.
Amen and amen. Thank you very much. See you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Please just remember to take business cards if there are any QR codes. Okay. Have a good day.